Hello, hello, my lovelies. Welcome, welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope you all had a good weekend. It feels weird being on stream. I didn't mean to take a week off again. It feels so weird when I take this much time off. I was like, okay, yeah, we're gonna stream and then we're gonna listen to Night Vale, and I was like, man, I don't know about you guys, it feels like 3 months since I last listened to Night Vale, and it's been a week. Happy time zones, happy art fight to anyone taking part. The only reason I didn't stream on Wednesday is just because, wasn't having a good day. And I just was like, it would be better, like, I was a little upset because of my mother again. So I was just like, it's better if I don't go on stream when I feel like I'm on the verge of tears, because that never goes well. So I didn't stream, and I just went to not fight stuff instead. Which is what most of the week has consisted of. I already hit my goal for art fight this year, which I'm happy about. Thank you for the head pats. The stream's marked as just chatting, because it's probably going to be quite a bit of that. We are going to get Etsy orders done as usual for those who haven't been here on a Monday before. Every Monday I get my Etsy orders ready for the week, I make all the badges myself, and I cut all my stickers out by hand. So we will be doing that. But before we get into that, we're going to talk about art fight. I figure at least every stream I have, I will recap and show off any of the tags I have made and received. Give anyone who's attacked me a little shout out, and especially because it's been a week. We got stuff to catch up on. But yeah, where's my art fight statistics? My battle ratio was around 40% before art fight started. It's not back up yet. For those who don't know what art fight is, I should explain that straight away. Art fight, let me get the command up in chat. Art fight is an event that happens every July, where artists, quote-unquote, attack other artists by drawing their original characters. By uploading these attacks to art fight, you earn points for your team. Team names are just for fun, they don't relate to what you have to draw. So essentially the battle ratio is how many pieces of art I've made for other people versus how many pieces of art I've received. You guys, I'm just one person versus all of you. I'm at 37.21% right now. I have made 16 attacks, and I've received 27. My goal for this year was 10, because in 2022 and 2023, which are the previous years I've taken part, I only got 10 done each year. And now we're a week in and I've already got 16 done, because it turns out the key to being able to get a lot of art fight attacks done is, one, a healthier mindset approaching it, where I'm just trying to have fun and not worry too much if the people are going to like the drawings, not worry about making them perfect, not worry about them all having to be big, fancy pieces with backgrounds and whatnot. And two, not having traumatic events happen in July. Turns out that makes a big difference. But no, I've been happy at how much I've. It feels weird. I like saying nice things about myself, but I've been happy with how much I've been able to get done. I think it's really shown, like, I'm not the fastest artist in the world. And I always, like, worry that I don't get enough done in a day, but I think it's proven that, like, if I just get in the zone, I can get a lot done. I just have to be in the zone and not be getting distracted. The zone for me has been Vocaloid music. Every time I'm working on art fight this year, some of you guys know Smilky, another streamer on Twitch. Smilky is taking part in art fight for the first time this year. They are Smilky Shake on art fight if you want to go draw Smilky Bear. And I was watching their stream last week, and they had Vocaloid music on in the background, and it was giving me a lot of nostalgia, because I was very big into Vocaloid between like 2009 and 2013. That's basically like 90% of the music I listened to was Vocaloid. Yeah, Green, you could draw Smilky Bear. See if I can grab you a link first, Milky's. I'm blind. I know, I'm like, why can't I see? There. Okay. I was like, I know Smilky just followed me back. Actually, the name should be right here. There it is. Both Smilky Bear and Butterscotch are up on Outfight if you want to draw them. But, that's a train of thought. Yeah, and they were just listening to Vocaloid stuff and it was giving me a lot of nostalgia. And I was like, and they were saying the reason why Vocaloid was helping them concentrate is because, yes, it's music with lyrics, but they don't understand all of the lyrics. And so that was kind of like helping them not get too distracted. I was like, that might be a good idea. Even though a lot of the Vocaloid stuff I know, I still remember the lyrics to or know the rough translations to a lot of the lyrics. I was like, I don't know, maybe it'll be fun just to like go back to Vocaloid music. So I just like got all the Vocaloid music open that I have downloaded on my PC and just put it on shuffle, and that's what I've been listening to. Every hour, every minute, every second I've been working on Outfight this year, and it's kept me in the zone. So I was pleased about that. That's been working pretty well. So I've just been listening to all that. That's my trick for this year. So yeah, we're gonna go through, before we get into Etsy stuff, we'll go through Artfight. And then once we get to Etsy stuff, for anyone who hasn't tuned in on a Monday before, we'll be listening to Welcome to Night Vale. I'll explain more about it at the time. But if you know what Night Vale is, it is a horror comedy audio drama. If any kind of horror themes make you uncomfortable, feel free to leave stream once we start listening to Night Vale. But we're not listening to it yet. I forgot to say hi to everyone. It's been a week. I forgot how streaming works. Hi Virgil. Hi Bunnies. Hi Green. Hi anyone who is lurking. Try and look at Artfight. So, I'm trying to think which attacks I got done on what day. I mean, the first day of Artfight. Hi Dallas. Welcome in. So like always, the first day of Artfight, even though they said they were going to get the website working better this year and make sure that it wouldn't crash on day one, it did. It did crash. It was like unusable. So the first attack I did, I actually got done like 12 hours before I could upload it. I couldn't get it uploaded, so I went to bed and uploaded it in the morning. And by that point, it was for Julia, and by that point Julia had already uploaded her attack, so I had to post that as revenge to her drawing, even though I'd drawn mine first, so I like chains all backwards. But, they did then do some maintenance work, and Artfight seems to have been working ever since. Like, day 2 and day 3 are normally pretty bad as well, but they were okay. So whatever they did after that initial first day of messing up seems to have really worked. The website is performing a lot better than it has in the past. So I got one attack done on that first day before I went to bed, because Artfight didn't start in my time zone until 7 PM. And then I got 1, 2, 3 done on Tuesday. I think, and then 3 done on Wednesday. That doesn't make sense. I don't think on the website it says what day I posted them, so I'll have to actually look at my own files to see. Also, when if I'm talking about like how many Artfight attacks I've done this year, this is not meant to sound like bragging. If you've only got 1 attack or even no attacks done by now, that is absolutely okay. As I say, last year and the year before, I only got 10 done in the entire month. I've just not been having as bad of a mental health time at the moment as I had the past 2 Julys, and haven't had shit go down this July. Which has made me able to put more time and energy into attacks. Okay. So I got 1 done on Monday. Just trying to work this out for myself now. 1 done on Monday, 3 done on Tuesday, okay. And then I couldn't remember if I got all 3 of those done on Wednesday. Yes, okay, so we didn't do any on Thursday, that's what I thought. I couldn't remember if I'd done any on Thursday or not. Like, if I'd finished one off on Thursday or not, but no. Okay, yeah. So I did 1 on Monday, 3 on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday, none on Thursday, 6 on Friday. 1 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday. There is a reason I didn't get any done on Thursday, that's why I was going over how many I got done per day. Because I have something else to talk about before we talk about Art Fight. I didn't get any done on Thursday because I wasn't at home for most of Thursday. I went out. Sadly, it was with my mum, so it was very stressful, that's why I didn't feel great on Wednesday. She's not the nicest person to be spending time with. It was a situation of my own making. I invited her, but I only did it because I'd previously gone out with my dad. Some of you guys are aware. Me and my dad went to Hadestown in the West End back in March. So I had to take my mum out somewhere, otherwise she would get very angry and jealous and make both of our lives worse than she already makes them. So it was what we went to see was good, but boy was I like it was not as fun as I wanted it to be, as in the whole trip, because man, it's just like I can't even answer a question. And afterwards I'm like, did you enjoy it? And she's just like, well, that last song's the best song, isn't it? And I'm like, okay, but so did you not enjoy the rest of it? Did you? It's just yeah. After, if I go out and we go and see a show, I enjoy it, I want to like talk about it and info dump and talk about like what we enjoyed, or even, you know, we can talk about what we didn't enjoy, but she just didn't want to talk about it at all. The only thing that she asked. The only thing she asked me is she asked me which of the boys in the cast I found attractive. Which you might be like, oh, she's trying to engage. She's not. I'm very openly like bi, pan, omnisexual, and I have a girlfriend. If she was actually trying to be nice and engage, she could have asked which of the cast members or which of the boys and girls. In fact, that was just her little snide way of needling. Also, it's not like I could answer the question honestly anyway, because, like, what am I gonna tell her? That, actually, I didn't have, like, one, also, demisexual and demiromantic, so it's not so much that I find one of them instantly attractive, it's, like, if one of I see of their personality over the show has gotta get me as well, but it's like, what? Am I gonna be honest and be like, oh, sorry, mother, I didn't actually like any of the 20 or 30-year-old guys that were in the show. I liked the 52-year-old sad man. I'm not gonna tell her that, so I was just like, I don't know, when Paul was crying, I really wanted to give him a hug. Because I did. But, we're gonna talk about things. Yeah, no, it's okay, great, it's okay. So, wait, I need to turn this around. on Thursday I went to see the Leicester Curve production of A Chorus Line. For people not familiar with the Curve, because obviously most of our theatre in the UK. Oh no, you can kind of you can kind of see me in the reflection of the chorus line. I didn't even realize that. Hello. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot the Kitty Optimus is on there as well. But yeah, so for people not familiar, most of our theatre is obviously in the West End in London. However, we well, we have touring productions like you guys have in America. We have national tours. But also we have a couple we have theatres throughout the country that do their own individual productions. Which don't really get a lot of notice and recognition all that time because people kind of just think of the West End. But there's plenty of original productions coming out of Manchester and out of Leicester, where they have the Curve Theatre. The current fancy, new, like, modern revival of Sunset Boulevard that's opening on Broadway soon, that was on the West End before that originated in the Curve Theatre in Leicester. I've been to the Curve once before. Last year I saw 42nd Street there. I forget if that was that was a touring production, I think, but I think the Curve did help produce it. But that was at Sadler's Wells originally in London before it then went all the way around. This production was at the Curve a couple years ago for like I think the Christmas season or something. And I didn't know about it when it happened. And then it went to Sadler's Wells in London. And I didn't find out about it until like the run was over. Like it was just after the run had closed, and I was all sad because I love A Chorus Line and I wanted to see it. I've always wanted to see it live. And I was like, God dang it! This happens so often. I find out about musicals the moment that they're like closing or just after they've closed. But I try and keep an eye out of like what musicals are going on touring productions because London is expensive, not just the theatre, but like the train there, and if you don't want to be rushing around getting like an early morning train and a late evening train, then you're probably gonna have to stay the night, and that hotels are expensive, you know? So it's nice if I can find something that's touring or that's in a location that's not London. So yeah, the moment I'm on like the Curve's like newsletter mail list, and the moment they were like the chorus lines coming back, I was like, oh, I'm going. And then I found out who was in it. Which, teehee, I was so distracted. I wish I could say, like, no, I'd paid attention to the musical and it was great. But I also accidentally kept watching the character of Zach the whole time. For people not familiar, Chorus Line, the basic plot, let me turn it around so you're not seeing the shiny. It's a group of dancers auditioning to be in a musical, like that is the plot of the musical. Zach is the director, who is a bit of an asshole, but like he has character growth. Hi, Cafe. I'll talk about why I went on Thursday. So we were like, why were you watching Zach at times, sat in his chair at the side of the stage and not watching the dancers? Cause, look. Oh, thank you for the resub. Why? 12 months. Thank you so much. Wowza. It's not just because I had a crush. It's not just, okay, look. I'm trying to pick. Because the actor playing Zach, let me find a picture of Zach. Ah, I know there's a picture of him in here. God, how far in the program was it? There we go, okay. There he is. because the actor who played him is called Adam Cooper, and it's a shame they don't do stage door at the Leicester Cove Theatre, because I wouldn't have brought my program in to get signed. I would have brought this in to get signed. Some of you know what this is, because some of you are in my Discord and attended a watch party, but this is, the last watch party we did in my Discord, we watched the 2012 production of Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake. It is a version of the Swan Lake Ballet that is gay. Basically, the prince and the swan are both played by men. And it's beautiful, and I love it very much. But while I showed you guys the 2012 production, this is the DVD of the original production from 1990. It opened in 1995, but I think this was filmed in 1997. And this face right here, this is Adam Cooper. He was the original Swan. This is actually the special edition. It's got like the CD in there as well. There he is. Adam Cooper was the original Swan and Stranger. I think there's the only pictures in here. Yes. So Adam Cooper was the original Swan and Stranger, aka White Swan, Black Swan, in the original production of Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake. And the original production is how I got into the show, into the ballet, because here's the series of events that happened. I was at college, not university. College in the UK is when you're 16 to 18 and you just do like 3 or 4 subjects. And one of the subjects I was doing was film studies, and one of the movies we had to watch and study and write an essay about was Black Swan. And so I'd already loved the score for Swan Lake, because I'd seen Barbie of Swan Lake as a kid and loved it and adored the music. So when we watched Black Swan in film studies, it was just like a reignition of like reminding me of like, oh yeah, fuck, I love the Swan Lake music. So while I was like studying and writing that essay, I just had like, I was like, why not I just put Swan Lake on in the background? Why not I just put the score on in the background? And it actually was really helpful. All of whenever I was doing any revision or exam prep that year, I just had like Swan Lake on in the background. For my brain, at least, having classical music on in the background actually really helps me concentrate. So I had that on in the background, and I guess I was listening to it on YouTube, and you know how YouTube, if you watch one thing on YouTube, it recommends it you like a million times. So it started recommending me actual full video recordings of the ballet. Just the regular version of Swan Lake, which for those who only know the Barbie version, or the Swan Princess, or any child-friendly version, the actual ballet is a tragedy. Which Black Swan gets accurate, most ballet productions of Swan Lake end with the swan dying. Sometimes the prince dies instead. Sometimes they both die. Because, like, the basic plot of Swan Lake, for those not familiar, is there's a girl, she's cursed into turning into a swan at night or whatever, or all the time. I don't know, whatever. Prince falls in love with her. They want to be together, but there is an evil wizard who doesn't want them to be together, who was the one who put the curse on the White Swan, Odette, in the first place. And so what he does is, it's not super clear, it's up to interpretation what you see Odile, the Black Swan, as. Either he gets his own daughter, who looks suspiciously identical to Odette, the White Swan, or he makes like a clone of her, something, and he has the Black Swan go to the prince's ball, and the prince is like, oh my god, that's my White Swan girlfriend right there, it looks exactly like her. And they dance together, because he's like, well, if the prince and Odette fall in love, her curse will be broken, and I don't want the curse broken. I don't know why he doesn't want the curse broken. So he's like, well, maybe I can get, like, an imposter to marry him instead. And depending on the version, sometimes the prince realizes he's been tricked, and he goes back to Odette, but then ends up dying, trying to, you know, via the wizard, or like, he's called Rothbart, I do know his name, I'm just trying to simplify it. Or sometimes, he doesn't realize and he just gets with Odette, and then the White Swan dies of a broken heart. Sometimes he realizes and he goes to try and save her, but then she dies, or he dies, and then she's so upset that she dies of like a broken heart as well, or whatever. But it's not normally a happy ending for Swan Lake. But that's the plot of the ballet. The Matthew Bourne Swan Lake updates the setting a lot. It doesn't kind of set it in vague 1800s, 1700s times. It's more sort of I mean, it's a little vague as well. It's got a lot of 1950s, 1960s elements in the fashion and stuff, but then there is a scene where the girlfriend has a mobile phone, so I'm like, I don't know exactly what era it's meant to be set in. In the Matthew Bourne Swan Lake version, the prince is actually the main character, and it's essentially a story about him, 1, having a neglectful, abusive mother, and 2, being gay, realizing that he's gay, having to repress the fact that he's gay and be closeted. And it's up to you whether it's a happy ending or not. But in Swan Lake, the White Swan and the Black Swan's always played by the same dancer, and that's always really fascinating, and that's why it's such like a coveted role that dancers really want to play, because you have to dance them completely different. It's completely different dancing styles for those two characters. But so I ended up watching Swan Lake because YouTube was just like, here you go, here's some recommendations, so I watched it. And then from that, someone had got... It's not on YouTube anymore, it's been taken down since, but the original 97 version used to be on YouTube in full. And that popped up in my recommended, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll just watch another version of Swan Lake. And then I was like, wait, this isn't just another version of Swan Lake. And I was about 17. And, still in denial. It's not that I was, like, in denial about being trans, it's just, you know, the way my brain works. By this age, I knew what being trans was, but I didn't know that I was allowed to be trans, so it just wasn't something that I thought I was allowed to even think about, so it's not something that I thought about much. Like, I still had all these feelings of, like, stuff doesn't feel right, and boy, I relate to all these guy characters so much. So I wish I could say I watched it and it was an instant awakening and I realized I was trans, but no. It took a lot more. It took me I didn't realize that I could be trans until I made friends with the trans people and got to talk about stuff with them, and they were like, dude, do you maybe want to consider stuff about yourself? And I was like, wait, I'm allowed to do that? Boy. Because it was like, they were like, you know, imagining, because I would be like, yeah, well, if I had, like, shape-shifting powers like Loki, I'd just shape-shift into being a guy, and then I'd just stay that way. They're like, you know, cis people don't have those thoughts. I'm like, what? However, it was still very impactful to watch, even though I didn't realize it yet at the time. You know, even though I didn't realize, watching Matthew Bourne Swan Lake, that I was having all sorts of awakening feelings inside. It's still something that I see as very significant to my, well, like, journey of self-discovery, I guess, basically. Hi, Moth, welcome in. So this ballet in this particular production's very important to me. And it's weird because, like, those of you who know me would probably think I would relate more to the prince, especially since I relate to Rudolph from Elizabeth Das Musical. But Rudolph is, like, shy. The prince is not shy. Like, he knows that he likes the swan and he goes after them. If anything, I much more relate to the swan. There's something about when characters aren't human, I'm like, yes, because I don't understand how to talk to other humans either. But something about this one who is more, like, confused and takes a longer time to reciprocate feelings and stuff, I'm like, ah, well, I'm on the Ace and Aero spectrum, so But yes, long story short, this ballet means a lot to me, and I get very emotional about it. So the moment I found out that I was already like, I'm gonna see a chorus line, and then I was looking at the cast list, and I saw Adam Cooper's name, and I'm like, but that's not the same Adam Cooper, because I only knew him as a ballet dancer. I didn't know after that he'd gone into musical theatre, and Chorus Line is not his first musical, and while Zach is not a singing role, he just talks, and he does a little bit of dancing. He actually choreographed and starred in the Singing in the Rain West End musical. I didn't know that. Like, he was originally Don, the guy who sings in the rain. And I didn't know that. I was meant to see that musical a couple years ago, but we couldn't go because of stuff that happened. And I'm like, oh my god, was I meant to see him? I don't know. I don't know if he would have, But yeah, I kept finding myself watching Zach the whole time, because I was just like, I can't believe I'm seeing Adam Cooper live, because it was such a dream of younger me to be able to see him live, but I'm like, well, he's not gonna do ballet anymore. You're not still doing ballet dancing when you're in your 40s, 50s, because, like, your body can't handle it. But I didn't know he'd then gone into musical theatre. And so it wasn't until after I'd already bought the ticket that then I saw, that he was in it. And I got very emotional. And I was like, yeah, but, you know, I'll just try and enjoy it. And I did enjoy the show. I loved the show. But I was kind of distracted. I might have had my eyes on Adam Cooper for a bit too much of the production. But it was nice to be able to be like, to have seen him live in any capacity. Was really nice. It made me emotional. But the whole cast was great. This is the first time I've watched a musical and actually seen all the main cast. Every other time I've seen a musical, I've seen understudies and covers, but I actually saw every single main cast member. And they were all great. And I'd only ever heard the cast album before. I'd never watched the whole thing. So Paul's entire scene with Zach, I talked about this on Tumblr, it made me so emotional. Because there's multiple moments in Paul's, when he talks about his past trauma, but then also there's multiple moments where he talks about getting into drag. And Paul's never stated to be anything other than a cis man, but I feel like you could read stuff into all of that if you wanted. He talks about not knowing how to be a man, and about how he thinks there's a lot of men these days who don't know how to be men, and I'm like, just there's the whole speech that he's giving. And I saw this on July 4th, which, for those of you who don't know, was our election day. That was our voting day. And I don't want to get into politics and stuff, and I don't want us to talk about transphobia, because I think it's going to be too upsetting for all of us. But in a climate where trans people are used a lot, demonized a lot by politicians, to see Paul on that stage basically talking about doing drag and about possibly being trans femme or having those thoughts. And I saw a matinee, so that crowd was mostly full of, like, pensioners, on a weekday matinee. I was just, like, almost crying, because I was just like, whoa, this feels, like, scandalous. It shouldn't feel scandalous to be doing. Those lines have always been in a chorus line. Or at least, I can't say for sure, but I know a lot of them were. Some of those lines I hadn't heard before and listened to the cast album, so I don't know if they added any new lines in there. But it made me very emotional. Also, but the musical was fun too. It was good. I had a fun time. But yeah. If there is anyone who's like wants to see theatre in the UK and can't make it to London, I would definitely recommend Curve Productions. That's the second one I've seen. and they good. I mean, the curve is also like they're completely, I think, run on charitable like donations as well, and they do a lot of charity work. But yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye out on what else they have going on. But this was nice. It was good. I got very emotional for both of those reasons, for Paul's whole speech and also seeing Adam Cooper live was a nice little treat, and I might have also done something. So because I can't remember what I was searching, but I was searching stuff after it and ended up on the New Adventures page. New Adventures is Matthew Bourne's dance troupe, Matthew Bourne being the creator of Matthew Bourne Swan Lake, but he's done a load of the ballets that I like as well. I know we've streamed, I've shared his Sleeping Beauty ballet in Discord before, which his Sleeping Beauty retelling is very gothic, and there's like this whole like love triangle in it. Essentially, like Maleficent's character has a son who's also in love with Aurora, and it's like they're almost like vampire fairies. It is really cool. I've seen his version of Cinderella as well, which is like set kind of like World War I, World War II era. He has an Edward Scissorhands ballet, which I haven't seen because there isn't a pro shot. However, they toured it earlier this year and streamed it in cinemas, which means there is a recording of it, and I hope they put it on DVD. He did a Dorian Gray ballet as well, but that never got a pro shot. I don't know if there's bootleg recordings of it out there. I've never looked. And this is his version of the Nutcracker. That's pretty popular. I personally actually really like his version of the Nutcracker. I find it really weird. I don't really enjoy it. But his ballets tour kind of frequently, or have like productions in Sadler's Wells, where this also used to be. But yeah, a lot of the time they end up in Sadler's Wells, which is expensive. It's Sadler's Wells. It's cheaper than seeing a ballet at the Royal Opera House, but it feels a little pricey than most of the West End theatres to me. So I'm like, but I can't go. But sometimes they tour, and I know his Sleeping Beauty ballet toured last year or the year before, because I was thinking about seeing it with Julia if she managed to come over, but she couldn't, so we didn't. But yeah, I was just searching around. Oh, it was because I was trying to find photos for the Matthew Bourne Swan Lake inspired ASMR audio I did the other day. That one's up there. That's what that's based off. It's based off that ballet. So I was trying to find an image to use for the thumbnail, ended up on the New Adventures website, and saw that Matthew Bourne Swan Lake is on tour again from September 2024 until like March 2025, something like that. And I don't know how I didn't know this. Either I had no idea, or I knew, because like most of the tickets, like all the actual the tickets have a lot of them have sold already. I was like, when did this get announced? And then I looked at the tickets and I'm like, oh, most of the seats have gone. Oh, they probably announced it's starting this autumn. Oh, they announced this a long while ago then, and either I just missed it, or it's possible that I saw it and then just got too scared to go on my own. Or like there was a period where I didn't know if I liked live theatre or not. I was worried about seeing this. I was worried if it would be too loud. I did bring my loop earbuds. It wasn't too loud. I didn't need to put my earbuds in at all, because I have problems with one of my ears. Like, so I was like, if it's too loud, I'm gonna be in pain. But it wasn't too loud. Hi, Andy. Welcome in. We just chatting before we get into doing works. I don't know, there was a moment where I was like, maybe I don't care about seeing live theatre, because, like, wouldn't I be more comfy? I could just watch the DVD of that show at home and be comfy. Why am I gonna go all the way out there? However, we chatting about, I went to see, the Curve production of A Chorus Line on Thursday, and so I was very excited because Zach was being played by Adam Cooper, who I've always wanted to see live because when I was 17 I watched him in the original production of Matthew Vaughn's Swan Lake. He was the original Swan. So yeah. But you know, so I love Matthew Vaughn's Swan Lake, and every time it goes on tour, or every time any of his ballets go on tour, I'm always like, oh, I'd love to go, but like, maybe not right now. Like, maybe I don't have the time, or like maybe I should wait until like someone can come with me, like until like Julia can come with me or something. Because I don't know, like, and then I just chicken out. I'll go to the next time it tours. I'll go to it next time it tours. But the fact is, I can't keep saying I'll go to that show next time it tours because one day it's not going to tour anymore. And then won't I feel like a little dum-dum? So, Matthew Vaughn's Swan Lake is about to start touring again. It's its 30th anniversary tour. And, yeah, I bought tickets. I bought tickets after I came home from seeing The Chorus Line. So I was like, I'm gonna regret not going. One day they're not gonna tour it anymore. Most of the best seats were gone. It's not a terrible seat. It's like 2 rows behind where I've sat before. I'm not saying what location I'm seeing it at because I'm not fucking, I'm not being stalked. But it is in a theatre that I've been to before. It's a couple rows behind where I last sat, and instead of in the middle, it's like to the side. But hopefully that will still be good. I deserve to see. You know, Green, it's got some Scotland locations on there as well. But yeah, so... Oh, I'm... Do you want me to go see? I'm not gonna read out every location, but... I mean, you guys can see yourself, but yeah, it's its 30th anniversary 2024/2025 UK tour. There's a few different locations I could pick from, but I was like, yeah, these are all kind of equally kind of as close to me, but I'll go for this one because I've been there before. So I kind of know my way around. It's going to be at the Festival Theatre in Edinburgh and the Theatre Royal Glasgow. It's going to be in Edinburgh in April and in Glasgow next June. So it's touring from November 2024 to June 2025. Pushing Green towards watching the Gay Swan Lake live, even though I only introduced you to it last week. Birthday Gay Swans, aww! I'm not sure it's good. Yeah, and it's gonna Wales, or at least it's going to Cardiff. I'm not sure if it's going anywhere else in Wales. So it's got a couple of Scotland stops. It's got a Wales stop. It says UK tour, but I don't see it. I don't see any island locations on here. No. No, there aren't any. But yeah. And it's his 30th anniversary, but yeah, I'm like, well, I have to get a Thank you for the hydrate. When things go on tour like this, unlike like if you went to something on the West End or Broadway and there's all sorts of merch, if you go to a touring production like this, the only merch there'll be is the program. I always get a program. There's only one show I've been to where I didn't get a program, which is I went to see The Lion King with college, and they got us there so fucking late, because I can't remember if it was the coach driver got lost, or our teacher like lost track of the something like that. So by the time we got there, they like weren't selling merch anymore. They were like, you guys just need to get your seats. So that I will read out. Matthew Bond's Swan Lake returns for its 30th anniversary with a 2024... Hang on, I can really get me... 2025 UK tour. The audacious reinvention of Tchaikovsky's masterpiece caused a sensation when it premiered 30 years ago and has since become the most successful dance theatre production of all time. Which I didn't know, but I mean, it's gorgeous. In celebration of that ongoing impact, Swan Lake will take flight once more in this major revival for the next generation. Thrilling, bold, witty, and emotive, this genre-defying event is still best known for replacing the female corps de ballet with a menacing male ensemble, with shattered convention turning tradition on its head. Which here, you don't really get many male... Even in traditional ballets, there's not often like a group of men. Normally it's like female lead, male lead. The female lead has a corps de ballet, essentially an ensemble. But the male lead doesn't have his own group of guys to hang out with. First staged in Sadler's Wells in London in 1995, Matthew Bond's Swan Lake took the dance theatre world by storm, becoming the longest running full-length dance classic in the West End, and then it also transferred to Broadway as well. Adam Cooper didn't win, but was nominated for Best Actor in a Musical, because they class ballets as a musical. The Tony Awards do, anyway. It has since been performed across the globe, collecting over 30 international accolades, including the Olivier Award for Best New Dance Production, and 3 Tony Awards for Best Director of a Musical, Best Choreography, and Best Costume Design. Again, the Tony Awards classed it as a musical, it is a ballet. But they only have musical or play categories, so they went with shoving it in the musical one. Matthew Bourne said, as our swans take flight once more in survival and full of anticipation for the challenges it will bring to our next generation of dancers and wonder it will bring to audiences who will experience it for the first time. Because he did also mention as well, there are people in this cast who, like, weren't born yet when the show first started, and it's like, God, that is strange to think about. Oh, it also says more venues to be announced, so even though they've announced, like, the last one on this list is Glasgow in June, it just say they might add more locations. So we'll see. I have a little video on here. Boop. Oh, it's Darcy Bustle. She used to be a Royal Ballet dancer, and she was at the Royal Ballet the same time that Adam Cooper was at the Royal Ballet, and they used to dance together. I don't know if this is going to show clips from the ballet, because I would show you clips, but every time I've shown a clip from Matthew Bourne Swan Lake on stream, my stream as the VOD on YouTube gets blocked. Like, it's like, how dare you play Swan Lake? I'm like, dude, I know this specific recording of the music isn't public. Like, even when I've played public domain recordings of Swan Lake, the Content ID system gets confused and can't tell the difference between the public domain recording and a copyrighted recording because it's the exact same music. The music itself is public domain, but specific recordings of it are not. So, like, if I were to play Swan Lake on the piano and record it and, like, sell it as an album, I wouldn't need to get royalties or permission from anyone. But I couldn't take, like, the New York Philharmonic Orchestra's performance of the score that they record and put on CD and start selling that. Like, that's copyrighted because it's their recording. But the Content ID system can't tell the difference. Okay, looks like it's gonna have clips. So this is from the gala in 2018. Ooh, celebrity gala. I'm sorry I made that noise. I'm just like... It bothers me sometimes how inaccessible ballet can seem. But what I will praise them for, you know, the reason why sometimes we watch bootleg musicals is because, or slime tutorials or whatever you want to call them, is because there are very few pro shots and DVDs out there, and musical producers like to, you know, be like, well, because if we put it on DVD, no one would come see it. It's like, dude, opera and ballet are far more elitist, right? They're so much more like, only like the rich people can afford to go to the Royal Opera House, you know? And yet, opera and ballet got over this a long time ago. Every single opera and ballet that the Royal Opera House and the Royal Ballet do in the UK and London, they put on DVD. I own some of their DVDs. Like, they record all of it and they put it out there and you could just watch them. But it's such a stupid idea that Broadway thinks, but if we put them on DVD, then no one will come see it live. Yes, they will. Yes, they will, because seeing it live is still a fun experience. By also offering it on DVD, you're just allowing the people who live too far away to ever travel to New York, who will not ever be able to afford the tickets and the travel to go to New York, to be able to watch the musical. You're just gonna make more money. And then some people will see the DVD, fall so in love that they will save up the money to go see it live as well. Like, if I want to go see a musical, I'm gonna want to listen to it or be able to watch a bootleg or a pro shot of it first, so I can personally see if this is something that is worth spending like £100+ on for ticket and travel. Like, it doesn't ruin it for me just because I've seen it before. By that, like, by their argument, concerts shouldn't work. Like, people still go to concerts even though you can listen to the CD. So fucking stupid. Anyway, sorry, I get really passionate about that. This should contain some clips for people who weren't in my Discord and didn't see the watch party, or those of you who, although, if any of you, haven't seen Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake, but did listen to my ASMR one, thank you for giving that a chance. If you search Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake on YouTube, the entire 2012 production is actually on YouTube. It's not great quality. It's not the best video quality upload that someone did, but the entire 2012 production is up on YouTube. Not officially, but someone ripped the DVD and put it on YouTube. So if you were wanting to check it out, if you just search Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake on YouTube, it's the video result that comes up that's like, I'm pretty sure like half the title's in English and half of it's in like Chinese or something. And it's the one that's like 2 hours long. So, having to decide if I'd rather go alone to a place I've never been or go with someone who stresses me out. Oh no, Green! If I hadn't already booked my ticket, I could have gone. I've never been to Scotland. I'd go with you. Also, admit I didn't say hi. I'm sorry. Clip program, some other shows I go to, I have a little cubby in my bookshelf. Yeah, I have, and at the end of one of my bookshelves have them all in. But something that bothers me, those of you who've been to Broadway, you'll be familiar with Playbills, the programs that you guys have there, are all the same size. Our programs are completely different. Every single one of my programs is a different shape and size. I don't have any two that are the same size. The only information I gave her was Bally in June and she guessed it. Whoa, Green. Oh no, it is Celebrity. I saw Richard Grant, so that's okay.
Tears have only just dried on my cheek.
That's Stephen Fry's voice. I know that voice. You don't need to show me.
I'm still got the chills.
I am still
Even better the Geese one.
pieces. I was sobbing. This is one of the best shows I have ever seen.
It's heartbreaking. It's funny. It's
God, they've got like every Strictly judge here.
Genius.
The most magical, sensual, witty, mischievous, charming show I've ever seen.
Everybody knows Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake, and it is. You have to see it for yourself to understand.
It's become more personal in a way. I think I've really emphasised the heart of it more, the drama of it. I'm very happy with the response.
Because as well, with Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake, it's up to you which interpretation you want, whether you want to take it literally or not. In terms of either you can see what is probably going for, which is the swan is more like a metaphor for the prince having gay thoughts and being gay and having to repress them, and especially as we get towards the end. There is some triggering scenes at the end of there is a gunshot, and then there is also a the prince is essentially put in kind of like an asylum, and electroshock therapy happens to him, so a full warning for that. Like, there is a and the electroshock therapy is implied to be done to him, maybe because, again, the time period that this is set in, to stop him being gay, but you know, and that almost kills the swan. You see, when the swan then manages to come back, he's very injured because, again, he's basically a metaphor, or like the prince's inner gayness. But not gone, because you can't fucking, there's not anything to be cured. And you can watch Swan Lake that way. Or you can have more fun with it and be like, nah, magic's real, the swan's really there, I don't care how he teleports into the prince's bedroom. That he's real, and they're gonna be happy ever after. But yeah, it's heartbreaking, but then at the end, because I will give... If you don't want spoilers, I'm gonna spoil the very end of the musical, but also it is a trigger warning. Cover your ears for 5 seconds if you don't want to know. Okay? Cover them now. Both the swan and the prince die at the end. But you could see it as a happy ending, because they're kind of after that, they're shown to be together. So... It's Swan Lake. You know? But... It's just, we'll see if I cry watching it live. We'll see. But yeah, as I said, like, the 2012 production is uploaded in full on YouTube, if you don't want to have to go searching around for, like, And I like the 2012 production. I love the original 1995-1997 production, but I've watched the 2012 production multiple times as well. I haven't watched... There's 3 DVDs. There's the 97, the 2012, and the 2019. The 2019 is the only pro shot I haven't seen. But I'm sure it's also probably fine.
He's great at telling stories and keeping the audience in the palm of his hand.
The storytelling is such like a vital part of the show. It's
magical. Somehow you can just see through dance. You don't need words. You don't need songs.
I had a row of little boys in front of me. They all leaned forward about a foot, and they were just absolutely transfixed.
Because I think that's the thing as well, because ballet is seen as such like a thing for girls, you know. They're not only they're having a male code of ballet as the swans, and they're so like masculine, but they give the swans like almost animalistic qualities to them that are in the choreography that I really, really love. That, like, I don't know, it was really revolutionary for dance to be like, here's a whole group of male like male dancers being the swans, as well as obviously groundbreaking for LGBT representation as well.
Everything he does is cinematic.
I love this
You don't
ballet.
have to be a dance fanatic to enjoy it.
Matthew has a way of being
Hi,
able
Tom
to
Daly.
get
What
an
a
audience
weird,
to laugh,
what a
and
random
then
group of
instantly
celebrities
the
they've
next
got.
moment, you're in tears.
Not just a dance piece or a dance production. It is so much more than that. There's so many layers.
Hey! That man in the mid, like, these are the different actors who are playing, these are the different princes. This boy in the middle right here, that's Dominic North. If you watch the 2012 version that's on YouTube, or if you watched the 2012 version with me last week on Discord, that's who played the prince. He's got a little bow tie on.
Layers to it.
It's incredibly romantic. It's full of yearning and joy and glory and strangeness and wit. There isn't a weak moment, not a second in which you want to look away.
And the men were out of this world, and it just sends shivers up your spine.
There's so much going on, I didn't know where to look. I feel like I need to go and see it 10 more times.
This is not only for a certain type of person. It is open to all.
You don't need to know ballet or...
Hey, it's the Swan Boys! I haven't watched any of them as the Swan. Will Bozier, who is the one on the left here, that's who's in the 2019 DVD. Pro shot, if you ever watched the 2019 version. I have seen Matthew Bull in other ballets though, because he's with the Royal Ballet. He's a principal with the Royal Ballet. I have seen him do stuff with the Royal Ballet. I do really like him.
And it's very accessible.
And it's a production that keeps getting better every time you see it. It's just incredible.
I've watched the 2012 version 2 or 3 times? And the 1997 version maybe 5 times? Yeah, I don't know if that'll ever get fed up with it. Which also, I will say, if it looks familiar to anyone, if anyone's seen the Billy Elliot movie, at the very end, the adult Billy Elliot is one, played by Adam Cooper, who I've gushed about a lot, who played Zack in a chorus line that I just saw, and was the original Swan. Adam Cooper is playing the adult Billy Elliot as being the Swan in Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake. So if you've ever seen that movie, the ballet at the very end, the adult Billy is taking part in is Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake. There's the... Shall I play a little bit? Shall I convert people to... If you don't think you like ballet, maybe you might like Matthew Bourne's ballets. Normally, like, one of the ballets that I... For people who've never seen ballet before, either I go Matthew Bourne Swan Lake if they're LGBT or transmasc. But for the most part, normally I do to try and be like, look, ballet's not this like unrelatable boring thing. Is the Royal Ballet's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland ballet, because it's so bright and colourful and gorgeous and funny. Like, it's a comedy ballet as well, so I feel like it's pretty accessible, just because, like, it's got puppets, it's got tap dancing, it's got so much stuff that people could enjoy. Even if you don't enjoy, like, a traditional ballet. What is this that I'm playing a clip of? This is from another one of Matthew Bourne's ballets. I really hope, since they toured this earlier this year, and they did broadcast it live in cinemas, I'm hoping that they, saved that recording and they're gonna put it on DVD or something, or, like, someone's got it. Because all of his ballets are just... I say, I'm not particularly a fan of his Nutcracker, but... Wait, what? Yeah, yeah. You know what those hands are. You know whose hands those are. They're cutting between, like, the full costume version and their dress rehearsal, essentially. Yes, it says Matthew Bourne made an Edward Scissorhands ballet. He hadn't performed it, they hadn't been performed in like 10 years, and then they brought it back this year, and I'm like, I like that Green knows it was before September because obviously Green wasn't there. That's when you joined. Source, I've not seen it exactly. But again, hang on, I want to be able to pause it. So what I really like about the ballet, about the Sleeping Beauty ballet, it's gorgeous, it's very cute, there's like a love triangle now, and essentially Carabosse is what Maleficent's called in the original ballet. Again, this is a Tchaikovsky ballet, same with Swan Lake. He did the music for the big three ballets, which is Swan Lake, the Nutcracker, and Sleeping Beauty. The differences with Matthew Bourne's version of Sleeping Beauty, it is now a gothic romance. Carabosse, aka Maleficent, gets killed, and then her son comes back and wants revenge, but falls in love with Aurora as well. Instead of Prince Philip, he is like a gardener, like a servant at the castle who is also in love with Aurora. They're so adorable together. Fuck. There's like a main fairy, and I'm gonna feel I can't think of the name of the main fairy from the ballet. But she's the one, there's a main good fairy, who I'm fucking blanking on the name of. In the traditional original ballet, who is the one who changes the curse from killing Aurora to just making her be sleepy. In this ballet, it is a guy now, and he's cool as shit. There's whole segments of the ballet where Aurora is dancing with either like a mask or a blindfold on, because it's meant to like show that she's sleepwalking. It's really cool, and essentially the fairies kind of also are vampires. If you get bit by one, you will also become a fairy. I don't know, I mean, like, should I give trigger warnings? Okay. The only trigger warnings I can think, one, some people get creeped out by the baby puppet of baby Aurora. I don't think it's that bad, but be warned, there's a baby puppet. But also, as much as I say love triangle, Aurora does not like Carabosse back. She doesn't like him back. She only likes little gardener boy. And so when Carabosse does try to like forcibly marry Aurora, and she is not into it. But this one does actually have a happy ending, so don't worry. I'm going with the stressy person, but she gets discounted prices. Oh, Green, I hope that goes better for you than when I chose to go with the stressy person. But hopefully this goes back on tour again and I can see it live. I'd love to take Julia to see it. But also, the same actor who plays Carabosse also plays Carabosse, so technically Carabosse is someone doing drag. I'm trying to see if I can find a clip, because that was a lot of scenes very, very quickly. I guess I could just skip through the pro shot. As I say, the pro shot for this and Swan Lake are both on YouTube in full. This has just become me rambling and talking about Matthew Bourne's ballets, but you know, you guys came to a Prince stream. You get me info dumping about stuff that I like. Uh-oh. YouTube likes to not do full screen properly. Oh! Okay. Let's just pick some moments. One, I'll try and find the music that everyone knows, even if you don't think you know any music from the Sleeping Beauty ballet. You do. You do. But we have each of the fairies come in, which, again, the main fairy, I can't remember if he's called Violet or Lavender. But I think he's cool. They have, like, basically kind of the good fairies have these kind of little gargoyle-like wings, and the evil fairies have more, like, kind of black wings. Can you pause, please? Okay. Every time I look at him, he gives me kind of Aro from Twilight vibes. Again, haven't seen Twilight, but Julia really likes Twilight, so... We get grown-up Aurora, so let me... Even if you don't think you know any music, you do. But yeah, we still got Forbidden Romance, even though it's not a good hero-villain romance because she doesn't like him back. We still get kind of Forbidden Romance because who she actually is in love with is one of the servants. And they have to sneak around. I don't exactly know where the piece of music is. Yeah, there we go. Hey, I got right on it! That was a good guess. I'm like, I think it's here. So even if you think you don't know any music from Sleeping Beauty, you do. You know the waltz. I mean, a few of you might not, but more of you will be familiar with this than you think. Because it was taken and used by Disney for Disney's Sleeping Beauty. They just put lyrics to it. Yeah, Once Upon a Dream is actually from the ballet. Disney just made up some lyrics for it. Well, that's which came first. Oh, the ballet. Yeah, no, Sleeping Beauty and Swan Lake and Nutcracker were all written. Oh, I'm gonna get it. Mid to late 1800s? Yes, no, yeah, the ballets came first. I might be wrong on exactly the years, but no, I mean, these ballets have existed for at least 100 years. Maybe late 1800s? I don't think it was early 1900s. But way before Disney was a thing. But I know you guys want to see the bad man. I won't deny that he's got some gender going on in him. And he's come just for revenge, but he accidentally falls in love with Aurora in the process. He just wants revenge because, you know, Aurora's family killed his mom because she tried to kill their baby, which is fair. She tried to kill their baby. It's because she didn't get invited to the party. But yeah, this is her birthday party in which, you know, I hope she doesn't accidentally prick a finger. But yeah, Mr. Man's here now. I'm not gonna play the whole ballet. Because then he just sits and broods for a bit. As one does. He's very tall. I like when you can see the little flash of the red that's inside his coat. I'm recognizing there's at least a couple members of the ensemble of the Quarter Ballet there that I've seen that I'm like, you were also in Swan Lake. At least 2 of the girls there were also in Matthew Bourne's Swan Lake. The 2012 version that we watched. Also, if it looks like the video studying, that is kind of the video a little bit again. All these little lines, that's actually in the YouTube upload. But sadly, you know what happens in Sleeping Beauty. She dang pricks a dang finger. But I'm not gonna show the whole ballet and spoil everything. But I will at least show you Evil Man in his full evil form. Because he wants to marry Aurora. With his evil vampire fairy clan. His little jazz hands. No, I'll try and find where he's full evil. And hopefully I won't get in trouble, because he's gonna show his nipples. There he is. There he is. Actually, I think his nipples are covered up with the bodysuit full of tattoos he's wearing, so actually we're fine. Twitch won't have any problems with this. What an edgy teen boy, he's got the word avenge across his stomach, oh my god. What an edgelord. Oh goodness. So yeah, someone's put that whole ballet on YouTube. And then something that's not from Matthew Bourne. I wonder actually if... Actually, there's 2 more Matthew Bourne ballets that I've seen, because he also did a ballet version of The Red Shoes, the movie. Which I'm wondering if the version of The Red Shoes, I don't know if the Pro Shot has Adam Cooper in, because I saw that Adam Cooper has been in a version of it. And I swear to god, if it's the version I saw and I didn't recognise that it was him, I haven't watched it in many a year. What do I remember? I have seen the movie as well. Before I saw the ballet. What do I remember of the plot of The Red Shoes? Fuck. She wants to be a dancer in movies and stuff, and there's a love triangle between her and a man that's nicer to her, I guess. Well, no, to be fair, none of the men are great to her. Her and a fellow dancer, but then also her and kind of the director wants her. It's been a long time. But you know, I mean, the reason why the movie was called The Red Shoes is because it's based off the fairy tale. For people not familiar, The Red Shoes is a fairy tale where girl puts on magic red shoes because she wants to be like a great dancer, but then the shoes make her never stop dancing. She can't stop, and she's really tired. She wants to stop. She wants to eat, and the fairy. It's one of the, you know, it's one of the more gruesome fairy tales because the fairy tale ends with her. Getting rid of her feet so that she can stop dancing. I'll say it that way. And while in the movie and in the ballet based on the movie, there's not explicitly any magic. It's like, no, it's meant to be more like someone wants to dance the red shoes, but there is the implication of like, is the fairy tale real or not? Are these actual red shoes kind of cursed? Because it kind of feels like the people who keep wearing them, like the dancers who keep wearing them, maybe don't end up very well. Oh, YouTube's done this thing again where the full screen doesn't work. Let me find... I'll show a couple more. I'll try and find... I'm not going to show the Nutcracker trailer. Why don't I like his version of the Nutcracker? It's a little sexual. like... It's so instead of Clara like being gifted a nutcracker by like a rich relative or whatever, like she's like in an orphanage, and there's like these two rich kids who like kind of come and donate toys, but also they like bully all the orphans there or whatever. And then she goes on an adventure with the Nutcracker. Cool, but then once they get to like Candyland, I just don't like the designs of any of the candy people, and I don't. And it's a little. It's, like, and I don't mind, like, about, like, moments in a ballet being a little sexual. I mean, the stranger and the Princess Pas de Deux in my size smoke volumes. The stranger and the Princess Pas de Deux in Matthew Bond's Swan Lake, there's a sexual tension there, but I think that's done really well. Matthew Bond's Nutcracker, to me, lots of people like it. It tends to come back every Christmas. I guess I just feel like... Sleazy's not the right word. I don't know what the word is. I just don't vibe with it, alright? Matthew Bond's Cinderella is, again, Cinderella, the traditional Cinderella, ballet, which is a classical ballet, but, set during, I think, World War II. It could also be World War I. She falls in love with a soldier instead of a prince. But it's still kind of the premise, you know, she still wants to wear a nice dress to the nice, instead of a ball, I guess it's just like a gala. Oh, the dummy duet. Yeah, because I think she's like working in like a tailor shop or something like that. So she's like having a little, hi Victor. She's like make-believing pretend that she's dancing with a soldier. I'm showing people clips from different ballets that I like. Again, it's been a long time since I've watched Matthew Bond's Cinderella as well, so I don't remember too well what happens in it. I don't remember if it has a happy ending or not. I just remember that it's set during World War I or II.
I was just wondering when you'd invite me back for a bite.
I can give it a hydrate. I'm pretty sure that's... Silver Suit Man is fairy god father, I guess. Again, it's been a long time. But there's her Cinderella gown. Is she wearing like a shoe for a hat? Yeah. Yeah, okay, I just yeah, that's the song that she likes, where she's like, look, do you recognize me even without my Superman disguise glasses? But we won't talk about ballets all stream, but I'm gonna find Alice in Wonderland one, because that's normally my go-to ballet to try and get people into ballets who don't like ballets. I mean, if you don't like ballets, that's fine, again. But I think a lot of people think that they're either like they're boring, or it's very elitist. But there's a range of stuff, and normally this is the clip that I use to try and tempt people. Some of you, if you were in my Discord, we watched this back in December. I'm thinking maybe every Christmas we'll just watch ballets. It's kind of like a Christmas tradition that the Nutcracker Ballet is on like every Christmas. So maybe every Christmas in Discord I'll stream a bunch of ballets in December. Because I don't want to do Christmas movies. I don't really like any Christmas movies. But this is normally what I used to be like, look, ballets aren't boring. So it was the perfect one. The set design in this is, and the costume design is so fun. But also it was the perfect decision to have the Mad Hatter be a tap dancer instead of a ballet dancer. I mean, it's a ballet dancer who's playing him. Stephen McRae does ballet and tap. But like, yeah, could you imagine if you tried to get the Mad Hatter to do like elegant ballet dancing? The trailer survives inspired by fairy tales made me start looking for any Beauty and the Beast. I don't know if there was a Beauty and the Beast ballet. The Disney musical has a stage version. You would think there would have to be. To my knowledge, I guess at least the Royal Ballet hasn't done like a major production of Beauty and the Beast. But it could definitely work as a ballet. Tempting is working, guess I'm gonna have to watch some ballets. I'll say a lot of the classical ones do tend to be tragedies, like, obviously Romeo and Juliet, Swan Lake, Giselle. A lot of, you know, a lot of people dying. There's a few different Dracula ballets. I've seen the Northern Ballet's Dracula, and I didn't like it because of they characterized Dracula as this poor little ooh baby, little fucking oh, feel sorry for him. I'm like, I don't feel sorry for him. He's horrible. But, Michael Pink, is that his name? His Dracula ballet. Now. I can get behind that one. Or the one that's been going around TikTok, which I think is being done in Poland. If you guys have seen the clip of Dracula and Jonathan doing the tango, I can get behind that one. The Northern Ballet's Dracula just, like, forgets that Jonathan's a character. And is really just, like... This is, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Specifically, this is the Royal Ballet production. I know the Australian Ballet's done one as well. This is the 2012 version. No, sorry. This is the 2011 production. But again, as I say, the Royal Ballet puts all of their ballets on DVD, so there's actually 3 different DVDs you can watch of this one. I've only seen the original 2011 version, but there was also a freshly shot version with a DVD that came out in 2013 and then 2016, something like that. Those years aren't correct, but there's 3 different versions. The differences between the original and the later 2 versions is the original is in 2 acts, and then they reworked it for the 2nd and 3rd version, which is in 3 acts, and adds, like, I think an extra pas de deux between Alice and the Knave. Pas de deux means it's a duet. It's 2 people dancing together. Dance of 2. Tango Dracula. I'm not sure if the Polish Dracula is Michael Pink's Dracula, but Michael Pink's Dracula also has a very nice dance between Dracula and Jonathan. But, this whole version of this ballet used to be up on Bilibili. I don't know if it still is. Like, so you go searching around, or you get, like, the DVD, new or secondhand. I'm sure there's probably some people selling the DVD for pretty cheap on eBay or something. But yeah, the Royal Ballet at least, like, sell DVD, like, have DVDs of every one of their operas and ballets. Even if it's... I don't just mean, oh, there's one DVD of Swan Lake. I mean, no, every time they do Swan Lake, there's a new DVD of that cast. But what I also love, which you don't know if you just watch this clip, is typically in ballets they don't tend to clap after necessarily every single number. Normally it's more like numbers are often done in groups, or, you know, they'll clap after like a whole big section is done or after an act is done. Throughout this ballet, no one had clapped yet because it hadn't got to the end of the act yet. And this isn't the end of Act 1, but this is the first time that there was any applause during this recording, is right after that scene, and it's like, well, I mean, how could you not? I don't like that YouTube's recommending me a video with Shane Dawson. Why is his face popping up? I do not watch anything to do with that man. How's me tucking my hair behind me? Honestly, Steve McRae's an incredibly talented dancer. Oh gosh, I'm so glad he's back on stage. Resilient is what he is. He tore his Achilles tendon not once but twice. I think twice. The last time he did it was pretty serious. He did it live on stage while performing, and but he went and had some surgery and a lot of rehab, and he's dancing again, which is a miracle after how badly he tore it. People that don't know what your Achilles tendon is, it's a tendon like in the back of your foot. That's why, like, you know, like the whole myth of Achilles, like he dips all of himself apart from its heel in the sea, so that's his weak point or whatever. Yeah, it's a very important part of your foot. So the fact that he's on stage again dancing, which, oh my god, another ballet, which, hey, do you guys like Elizabeth Das Musical? Would you like it? Or like Rudolph Das Musical? Would you like if the Rudolph, Crown Prince of Austria's story and his whole relationship with his mother, especially if you like Rudolph, the musical, Rudolph a Fair Mailing, would you like to know that there's a Mailing ballet about Rudolph, and he has like a whole set dance where he tries to get Elizabeth to love him, but she won't. It's very, very like the dance between the prince and the queen in Swan Lake, and about Rudolph's romance with Mary. Which, for the people who've only seen Elizabeth Das Musical, which has Rudolph in it as a character, it doesn't really go into Rudolph's story all that much. We just see like him, you know, being neglected by both of his parents, and especially his dad doesn't like him, but his mum just ignores him and won't have anything to do with him. And obviously his fate at the end. It doesn't include what Frank Wildhorn's Rudolph musical includes. It does not have a Wits number. What Frank Wildhorn's Rudolph musical includes, which is, he was in an arranged marriage with a lady that he didn't like. They weren't happy together. And he does end up having an affair with a lady called Mary, who he does genuinely love, but please look up the trigger warnings. Because they don't have a happy ending. I mean, they end it together, but... Which, the next time we watch European musicals, we'll watch some Rudolph. The Tartardage is really good as well, but the Tartardage is funnier if you are familiar with the classical Sleeping Beauty ballet. Because it is a parody of the classical Sleeping Beauty ballet. If I can find both clips. This is what we're doing, we're talking about ballets now. It's my slumber party. I get to pick the movie. We are gonna work on stuff too. I had this on the disc as well while I was in Leicester. I found a store that had stuff. It's called Set, S-E-T, and it's like a little gift store. And I guess they had some little arty stuff in the back corner because I got one other thing when I was there. His bug. I found him in the wild. I fucking love the fruit cat memes. I think they're so silly. It's not crying banana cat. It's just regular banana cat. And I appreciate that the artist says on the back, despite appearing absolutely delicious, please do not consume. There's a little acrylic pin. In the what, like, at Comic-Con I would have expected, but just in a store. That had, like jelly cats. That's why I went in. Not that I was going to buy a jelly cat because they're too expensive. But, you know, it's nice to look at them and dream. When you see all of their fucking, like, 150-pound dragons and you're like, oh, one day. But I can't justify spending that on a dragon plush. So I always go look at the jelly cats, but... It's not. I have one jelly cat. I have the slice of bread, and I got him many a year ago, and he was not as expensive as they are now. I would really love the angry face egg as well, but I only ever see the happy eggs. But I really like the little angry face egg. Julia wants us to have the bride and groom egg, and I'm like, okay, one day we can have the bride and groom egg. So this is the regular classical version of the Rose Adage. Which is known for being one of the most... This is Marianela Nunez as Aurora. Watching the roll up, I've been talking about, we're talking about ballets, Dahlia. So, The reason why I show showing a clip of the practical one is so we can watch the comparison, so you guys can understand the extra level of humor in the Tartardage, because it's parodying this. The Rosadage is one of the most difficult dances to do, because you have to spend a hell of a lot of time on point. But not just on point. For those who don't know what on point means, when you see ballet dancers on their tippy toes, it's not exactly the same as being on tiptoes. It's way more painful. It's genuinely being on the end of your toes, not like in the typical way that you would be on tiptoe. And it's painful. But it's not that she's on point, which she is. But no, traditionally when you're on point, you're not on it for a long time, or, you know, a guy's holding your waist or whatever. But not only in the Rosadage choreography do you have to be on point, but you have to be on point on one foot, whilst also not holding on to anyone. Is this not including that part? Hang on. Okay, try the end. So, essentially what's happening in this song, it's Aurora's birthday, happy birthday, and she's got 4 different suitors, and they're all giving her a rose. That's why it's the Rosadage. Each of them are offering her a flower, a little rose. Because they all want to marry her. There's 4 princes from 4 different kingdoms. So I want you to look at, like, some of the moves she's doing, like she's looking up. Because, like, you'll find the Tartardage is funny anyway, but there's the extra level of, like, oh my god, she's trying to do... Because, again, the dancer who is playing the Queen of Hearts is genuinely a talented dancer. She is purposely having to act as though she doesn't know how to dance properly. But, like, these moves, you will see them parodied, which is an extra level of haha for people who realize what it's parodying. And the music itself is also clearly parodying the Rosadage music. Those boys better get themselves ready, because she's a-coming. Oh, Marielena is such a gorgeous dancer. Just one of the best. Okay, here we go. And then they're gonna let go of her hands. And then she gotta stay that way. Which I can only imagine this right here is the most terrifying moment that I would feel so scared. Has to be one of the most terrifying moves to do in ballet. To stay like that in between when they're holding her hand, when she's transferring from one prince to the next. But you can't look like you're panicking. You just gotta... Done. That... The 2 bits that stick out in my mind as, like, 2 of the hardest pieces of ballet choreography. Well, I guess 3, because I was thinking of this and I was thinking about Apart from Swan Lake, but there is also, obviously, the the Sugar Plum Fairy Dance and the Nutcracker. She has a lot of turns to do. But, Jesus, I could talk about ballet for so long. Point is, now you is familiar with that. We can see the Queen of Hearts do her little tartadar. She's gonna make 4 of her playing card people. Offer some tarts. There's the king. He's in there. He's been in there the whole time. But it's like, if people think they don't like ballet, I'll show them this clip and they're like, oh, I didn't know ballet could be funny. I'm like, yeah, it's not like how you think. It doesn't always have to be. These poor guys, they just don't want to get killed. The executioner's right there. None of them want to do it. Alright, here she goes. He doesn't have to die yet. He gonna get off with his head. I think it's a good first ballet to get into. Anyway, what was streaming to me? Whoopsie, we'll go a little a little distracted. But that's fine. I didn't mean to talk about that for that long. This just happened because I was saying I got to see a chorus line at the Leicester Curve on Thursday, and playing the part of Zach was one of my I don't consider myself fans of many like actors and dancers and stuff, but someone who I'd always wanted to see live, which is Adam Cooper, who used to be with the Royal Ballet and was the original Swan in Matthew Bond's Swan Lake in 1995. And I got to see him live, and I'm like, tee. I'm still really excited that happened. And I might have finally worked up the courage to buy tickets for the current tour of Matthew Bond's Swan Lake. Most of the good seats are already gone, so it's not the seat I would have liked, but it's there. It should be fine, and I will go see it. It's only my first ballet. I've never seen a ballet live. I've seen pantomimes when I was a kid. I've seen one play. I don't do concerts anymore because they're too loud, but I have been to 2 concerts before. And a handful of musicals. But this will be my first ballet. First dance show of any kind. I love Riverdance, but I've never seen it live. I've seen a live cinema screening of it, but that's not the same as an actual live theatre broadcast. But now we're done with that. We're gonna talk about art fight. Oh boy. So that's anyway. This is what happens when you don't see me for a week. I ramble for 2 hours. Where were we? Right, yeah, it's art fight month. Marcy just did your first attack. Well done. Again, like when it's not a competition as much as like, yes, okay, it's kind of a competition between both teams. The main point is about having fun. If you see someone else doing more attacks than you, please don't feel like you're not doing as well. I know, like, I've done 16 attacks in a week, which is a lot, but that's also a lot for me. The previous 2 years I've got 10 attacks done each year, and this is my first year being this productive, and that's just because I have more time this year. I'm mentally not doing as bad overall, and the last 2 years, shitty events happened in July for me. This is the first July where something terrible hasn't happened. So I've had more of the mental capacity and time to be able to work on art fight. So we'll talk about art fight for a little bit, and then we're gonna get to Etsy. Art fight's just meant to be about having fun, you know? And if you draw art for people, some of them might draw art back for you, so, you know, you get to practice your skills, you know, and also you might get some free art in return. Just let me pop the art fight command again in chat. For those who are not familiar, art fight is an art event that happens every July on artfight.net, where artists attack each other by drawing their original characters. By loading these drawings to art fight, you earn points for your team. And every year there's team names, but the team names are just for fun. They don't have anything to do with what you can or cannot draw. If you want to attack me on art fight, go ahead. If you're 18 or over, however, I mean, you should be 18 or over just to be watching these streams. So we're gonna have a little look through what I've got done so far and what people have done for me so far. Because, god dang, you guys really got me. I'm working my way. I started out by focusing on attacking like my partner and friends, and then moved on to people who are in my Discord. At the moment, I'm now trying to get through every one of my like Discord or Patreon members who has followed me on Art Fight. And then start trying to revenge people, like attack everyone who's attacked me. That's what we're gonna try and do. So the first drawing I did this year was for Julia. It's her character Bellino. I draw Bellino every year. He's a very pretty boy. I draw him with lounging with the shirt open every year. This is 3 for 3 of me drawing Bellino. Cause she's so pretty. If you click on attacks, you can see I've drawn Bellino 1, 2, 3, 4 times over the years. This was my drawing of Bellino in 2022, when I was still drawing pupils really, really far too small. And then this is my Bellino drawing in 2023, with his fucked up too small arm and hands. My proportions weren't great. And then Bellino this year, with actual normal human proportions. And I gave him the little, this year and last year, I gave him a tiny bit of, what I like to call Morticia lighting. Essentially a little kind of like bar of light glow around his eyes. After Morticia Addams from the Addams Family. Cause he deserves it. He's pretty. Also, I was saying to Julie, I can't believe, like, I don't like drawing feet because they're very difficult, whether they are barefoot or whether they have shoes on, and yet I've drawn like 5 whole ass bare feet this year. Really testing myself. But my plan for this year is, like, yes, Bellino got like a full scene, but that's just because that's Bellino and he's special. But for the most part, I'm trying to take Art Fight less seriously and have more fun with it this year, so you'll see, like, a lot of the drawings I'm doing this year don't have any kind of background. At the moment, I did actually start off with doing some full bodies, but that's only going to happen if I get really inspired. For the most part, because I would like to get through a lot of you, because there's a lot of you, I'm just going to be doing, like, half bodies and headshots. I have little borders around my attacks so you can see which ones, these mushroom ones are from 2022, these ones with like the orange border are from 2023, and then the purple border, which was made by Julia, are from this year. And again, if anybody is new, because I've just been seeing Julia's name all the time, Julia is my partner. She also streams and does art, and also has an ASMR voice acting channel on YouTube, just like I do. If you also like female characters and female voices, please give her a subscribe and maybe watch some of her videos. She's got enough subscribers now to qualify for monetization of YouTube. However, as well as having 1,000 subscribers, you have to have... people have to have watched, like, all of the watch hours of your videos added together has to come to a certain amount, and she hasn't got that. Ooh, she hasn't got there yet. I forget how many more hours people need to have watched her videos for. So you should go through me a lot. She took a little break from streaming. She's coming back to streaming. I sadly won't be able to watch the streams. A lot of the time when Julia streams, I am collaborating with her over on her channel. I won't be this week, however, because her streams are going to be happening at 3 AM for me. Because it is far too hot in California right now, where she lives, and it's just not viable for her to be in a room with the door closed, putting her PC through a stream when it's like over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So she'll be streaming when it's cooler in the day, which sadly will be at 3 AM for me. So I will not be there. But I hope you guys still go and you have fun without me. It's fine. Attack number 2 is actually a sequel to an attack I made the year prior. So I drew this last year, which is Julia's OC, Niles, and my OC Vlad. They are both vampire boys. And I was like, I want to draw them again. I really like drawing them together. If you do join Art Fight and you do draw anyone Art Fight, please check their character permissions. You can find any of their permissions down here and also at the top of their character page. So I have stuff that is okay and stuff that isn't okay. So like stuff that is not okay is like I don't want any minors interacting with me on Art Fight or at all. To not draw any blood or gore or like horror art. With the exception of if it's a vampire character, you can have them having a glass of blood. I just don't want blood on them, you know? Not to draw my characters interacting with minors, not to draw suggestive art of some specific characters. Don't draw any ship content with my VTuber model unless it's with my girlfriend's VTuber model. No, not to change the gender, race, sexuality, body type, etc. of any of my OCs. But you can change their outfits up as long as it's something that they wouldn't be dysphoric with, like please don't put Ambrose in a skirt. Drawing my OCs interacting with your OCs, mass attacks is fine. Drawing OCs together that are mine that are from different worlds, like I don't give a shit about that. And you can make romantic or ship drawings of my OCs with, you know, their canonical partners, like you can draw Ambrose and Alden together. However, you could also draw, I'm fine with people if you wanted to draw like ship art of Ambrose and like Satin, for example, that would also be fine. Or if you want to draw ship art of Ambrose with one of your OCs, that would also be fine. I really don't mind, as long as it's not my VTuber model or any of my OCs that don't have like a canonical like specific age and potentially could be on it. So that would be like, do not draw suggestive or ship art of my VTuber model unless it's with Julia. But even then, don't draw suggestive art. You can only draw don't draw any suggestive art of my VTuber model, my Prince Teddy, which is my Toontown character that I play as, Q or Mercutio. Don't make ship art of them either, unless it's my VTuber model, in which case you can draw it with Julia, or you can make ship art of my Toontown character, but only if it's with Julia's Toontown character. Which again, if you go on Prince Teddy's page, you can see mine and Julia's toons together. You can draw those together, that's fine. Julia's toon isn't on Artfight. But yeah, like, don't draw my VTuber model in suggestive poses at all, and same with Q, Prince Teddy and Mercutio. And don't draw ship art with Q or Prince Teddy or Mercutio either. But you can draw me and Julia together, but not suggestively. But you can draw us like together, that's fine. But yeah, which the reason why I mention that is to make it clear of like, yeah, I ship Vlad Niles. As long as like, you know, and this is Julia's rule as well, like, that's fine if you want to draw like ship art, but, you know, of like any of my OCs with your OCs, as long as you don't get weird about it and think that somehow that's like canon and get angry, like if they're not, like, you know, as long as you understand like you are headcanoning, whatever. And also only if you're respectful of their sexualities. A bunch of my OCs are bi, pansexual, omnisexual, but some of them are gay and only interested in men. Like Satin is not interested in women. So please be respectful of that. Don't draw a character, like, don't draw a gay man kissing a woman, you know? That's the same goes with Julia. With Julia's characters, she doesn't mind if you draw, I'll double check, I'll read how she phrases it, but essentially, as long as you're respectful of her character's sexualities, let me see, Julia's character permissions. Would I cut pouring out the blood be okay as long as it doesn't get on them? Yeah. It's the only reason why there are rules around the blood is like, I find horror stuff triggering. Blood's normally fine, but if it looks like realistic, it could be upsetting depending on if I'm having like a bad mental health day or not. So, that's mostly why that rule is there. Like, I have a couple of characters that have bloodstains on their clothes, but then I was like, wait, I'm gonna take the bloodstains off, because if I don't want someone to come along and do like a realistic painting of Ace with the blood on him, because that could make me uncomfortable. Like, it didn't make me uncomfortable drawing it because I just drew him in a silly little pixel art style. But like, if it's in like a vial or like a glass or a cup or whatever, that's fine. I just don't want to see like blood smeared around their mouth or like blood all over their hands. You know, there's too much. And also, if you did that, you'd have to put it under the Artfight like filter warning. And frankly, if you are attacking me and it has to go under the filter, you shouldn't have drawn that. Like, if it has to have one of the like body horror, gore, like any of the filters on it, then you've messed up. Although I will say, you do have to filter if someone has like their nipples out. Though, I mean, not safe for work content is banned. I don't know why anyone would want to draw my OCs shirtless. And again, if you did, please check the character bios, because some of them have had top surgery, some of them haven't. I didn't put no nudity down, because I just assumed, like, since not safe for work content isn't allowed, I didn't think anyone would particularly want to do that. But if you do, for anyone else, please be aware that because, one, it is, Artfight by law has to censor quote-unquote female nipples, you know, like, nipples that are on breasts. Because stupid world and government sees it as, Amorous has one. That's true. Amorous does have one of his nipples out. So I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't think you. I don't think you have to filter that. I haven't seen people filter that. But Artfight just saying their rules, like, because legally they have to censor nipples that are on breasts, which is stupid because breasts are not inherently sexual. We all understand this. But they didn't want to be like, okay, you have to censor breasts, but not, like, AMAB chests. So in order for that to not be misogynistic, which is kind of what it is, you know, and sexualizing breasts, instead of having one rule for quote-unquote female-presenting nipples and one rule for the rest, they've just said all nipples have to be filtered. But I think if it's just the one tit, it's fine. Because, yeah, Amorous does have one of his nipples out. I don't know, people have drawn him so far and not filtered it, so I think that's fine. You can have my- yeah, Julia says you can have Hero C's interacting with yours, but please be mindful of their sexualities. So yes, I added Angie to the party, which is one of mine and Julia's friends OCs, so I was like, yeah, I'm fine to... they're just vampires in red judging you. And this is maybe the attack, this is one of 2 attacks that I'm the most proud of this year, because I didn't use a pose reference. What? That's uncharted territory for me. The only any kind of reference I used for this is Angie's hand that is on Vlad that's reaching back and cupping Vlad's face. I struggled with that, so I did take a photo of my own hand. But the rest of it, like, I took a photo of my own hand to use as a reference, but the rest of it, even like Niles and Vlad's hand holding, I did that all on my own. I was just like, yeah, I could do this. So I'm very happy with it. Also, Niles is just so fun to draw. I mentioned this to Julia, like, because he doesn't have a brow bone. Like, his nose and forehead is just one long line. And it's fun to draw Niles' face, and and also I was saying it reminds me of, like, I was very into Rise of the Guardians when it came out, the DreamWorks animated movie, and I used to draw Pitch Black so much, like, just doodle him all the time at school, and I would draw him constantly, like, on my hand in ballpoint pen, but specifically his side profile. And for those familiar with Pitch, he also doesn't have a brow bone. So I'm like, my old stomping ground. The grey-skinned man with no brow bone. Yeah, I was happy with that one. And then attack number 3 was at Green. This is Green's little gremlin. I was like, yeah, I'll attack Julia first, and then Green beat me to it. And then I was like, well, I'll attack little guy first, then you fucking beat me to it, and I'm like, what the fucking shit? But you can't beat me to attacking you. I was the first one to attack Green. You can't attack yourself. And then attack number 4 is at Plant Cateau. Is their Toontown Cog OC. Because Miles is cool. Attack number 5. I'm debating adding Gremlin to some attacks. Technically that wouldn't show up as an attack, which actually is something that we'll talk about later because it pisses me off. This is 2 of Shy's OCs. Shy is also a streamer on Twitch. These are 2 of her 7 Deadly Sins OCs. This is... wait, this is Pride, right? Yeah, this is Pride, and this is Greed. And then these 2 belong to Bookstore Cryptids. Wasn't planning on doing a whole scene. It just kind of happened by accident. The only other one that I didn't use a pose reference for, which I feel like is pretty obvious. I'm not happy with how they look. But I just got a little carried away. But I hadn't drawn a landscape in a long time. I used to love drawing forest landscapes, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm drawing trees again! Because, like, I hadn't drawn my style of drawing trees in such a long time. I think not since university. I used to draw trees like this all the time, with the constant lines going down them. Then we got me drawing my OCs with Julia's again, because I'd said that I'd wanted to do this for a long time. So if those not familiar, Amoros is my Cupid OC. You might know him as Eros, because that's the name I used to give him, but I changed it. Eros was always like a placeholder name, because I'm like, I can't literally call him the same as the Greek god, because it's meant to be my OC. But this is my Cupid OC, Amoros, and Julia has a Cupid OC called Asher. Green! Oh, I hope you have fun! We'll have to talk about what we see. Half of this was kind of like pose referenced. I changed it up a bit. I'm realizing some bits where the colour bled out that I forgot to erase and it's bugging me, but it's too late now. You can't edit in a type once it's up. So this is mine and Julia's Cupids. And then, you know, Thursday is when I went out to see a chorus line, but it was with my mother, so as much as the show was wonderful, and the cast was wonderful, it was not a good day. So, Friday I was very just, like, mentally exhausted. I was like, I'm just gonna draw for fun, I'm not, and for fun will be if I just attack Julia a bunch of times. So she has a bunch of different princes, she has 6 of them upon Art Fight, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna draw every single one of them. They're just half bodies. We got Valem, which is her Prince of Bees, little bee boy. We got Edo here, who is Prince of Summer. I don't draw muscles, I don't draw abs. This was so difficult. This took so long. This took longer than every other one because I just kept redrawing his abs over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I don't want to ever do this again. I don't like it. It's hard. It just looked wrong every single time. We got Tiki. I love him so much. We got Asar, her Prince of Spiders. He got 6 eyes. He got 4 arms. He's really pretty. I hate drawing open mouths because I'm not good at it, but for Asar I made the effort because he got big teeth. See, he got big teeth. Then we got Green's man. We got Brontes, who is the Prince of Thunder and Lightning. He's got like lightning scars over his body. I accidentally, when I was doing the sketch, just made his body a little bigger than all the others, and I was like, oopsie, is that okay, Julia? And she's like, yeah, that's fine. He's got a little tummy. I liked giving him a tummy. Pretty boy. Pretty boy! We got Helia, Prince of Dreams. He's so pretty. What the fuck? He's so pretty. Look at him. And then last but not least, the final prince. So I give him a little more detail. I included his wings. We have Cray, Prince of Ravens. Me and Julia have a little chain going off. So if you attack someone and they attack you back, it's revenge. But then if you attack them back again, you can start a chain going. So our chain level is currently at level 4. I have to get her back again. And then I spent all Saturday. I only did one attack on Saturday, but I had so much fun. I said I wasn't going to do mass attacks this year because, like, originally when I was going to draw each of these 6 princes, I was going to draw them all together in a group, and I was like, why the fuck am I doing that? Like, I could just submit these as 6 separate attacks. Because, like, I was trying to reach an attack goal this year because, as I said, both previous years I've taken part, I've done 10 attacks each year, and I really wanted to do more than 10 this year, which has happened. I've done 16 so far. So I was like, this is not going to help me reach my goal of doing more attacks if I draw them all together. Why am I drawing them all? And that's, you know, one of the problems I did last year. Like, this attack I did at Julia last year. I could have submitted these as separate attacks, but I was like, nah, I'll just do it as one. But that meant that it was, like, less attacks. So, this year I'm like, no. I was like, at first I was like, I'm not gonna do mass attacks. I was like, no, I'll do them, but I can only do mass attacks if I'm gonna draw them, like, very simple little chibis. Because if I'm gonna draw each character as a full body, or even half body, fully coloured, I might as well submit them as separate attacks. Like, what am I adding? Unless it's, like, 2 characters who are kissing, who are holding hands, who are actively interacting. If they're interacting, then it makes sense. But if I was just gonna draw these 6 characters stood in a line, which is what I was gonna do originally, why? I might as well submit them as 6 different attacks. Unless I'm actually having them interact, what am I doing? Like, but some of you are aware, I have a couple of Cs that I made, who I love very much, because I got lost in the Objectum tag a couple of weeks ago, and found out what that was, because I love computer characters. I love Hal from 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I really like Edgar from Electric Dreams, but Hal especially, that's what I meant right there. So I was like, I really want to make a robot, like a sentient computer character, but I wanted to give them, like, an immortal boyfriend so that it was less sad. So this is Barnaby and Oscar. I love them very much. Oscar is the computer, but he's, like, fully sentient AI. He just has a computer body. You can draw him either as a computer or as an object head. Just please don't draw him as a human head. Don't draw him on a human body with a human head. But if you want to give him a human body with an object head, with, like, that PC for his head, I'm totally cool with that as well. I just don't want him to be given a human face. Please don't design him a human head and face. But yeah, that's all in his character permissions anyway. But I love them very much, and I was just like, I wonder what other, I wonder if I searched the Objectum tag on Artfight, if there would be more stuff, and there was more stuff. So I looked under the Objectum tag, I looked under, like, the computer tag, PC, AI. AI is in characters who are AIs, not AIR. I saw... I don't know what the name of the meme is. There's this image that's going around. I don't know if I saved the picture, but it's like 4 drawings on, like, a grid, and it's like 2 guys looking, like, talking to each other, looking down at this little guy, and the little guy says something, and then the 2 taller people look down all disgusted, and then the little guy's, like, all sad. And someone had filled that in with, like, the 2 people, yeah, that format, with the 2 people being like, so what do you really like? And the little guy was like, I love robots and AIs. And the 2 guys were looking down disgusted because they thought he meant generative AI, AIR. And the little guy looked down all sad because he means that he likes Hal from 2001 and Otto from WALL-E and Edgar from Electric Dream. He likes characters from sci-fi movies that are robots. And I'm like, oh, that's me. If I ever because I'm like, I've got to be careful. I can't. I've got to be careful how I phrase really liking AI characters. Like, no, like fictional characters who are AIs. Not actual. Hi Trippy, welcome in. We're going through art fight shenanigans. So I did a mass attack. I went through and looked at different people's computer characters and artificial intelligence characters. I found a bunch, I drew them all, and this is one of my favorite things I've ever drawn. I love it so much. I'm so happy. This is it's just my favorite attack that I've ever done, I think. I just did like, so almost all of the characters here are just like actual PCs, like just computer screens. There are a couple that actually do have full-on human bodies, but I just drew their heads. And then we got a couple little animals as well. I was like, it'd be cool to draw a bunch of them together with Oscar. Maybe I could like draw them on like shelves, but I was like, but that sounds kind of boring. And then I was like, why don't I try and do it as like a grid? And then I just started like sketching the grid out and adding more and more as I found, adding more and more characters on Artfight as I found them, and it was like, actually this is kind of cute. I had a lot of fun, and I checked people's permissions to make sure they were okay with mass attacks, and like everyone's but I was nervous anyway, but everyone's commented and been really nice, so really happy. There's a lot. There's 27 characters. 27 characters! So it's the biggest mass attack I've done, but the grid was very satisfying for my brain. Even the ones that have little things that like pop outside of the grid. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. I really like Rez. I really enjoyed drawing Rez's little silly face. Look at this guy, look at his silly face! He's got this silly face, but then he's also got this one with his little tongue out. Which is the face I drew, because I was like, are you kidding? That expression's amazing. Yeah, it's really... Because I already had a couple. I had a couple bookmarked. I had Daisy Bell bookmarked. And was like, yeah! And then forgot. And then was like, I wonder what other PC's characters exist. And then started drawing and I was like, wait, what about Daisy Bell? But yeah, and I think it's fun seeing how, like, different people have done, like, on their different PC characters that have screens for faces, how each of them have done their face designs differently. Like, some of them have, like, pixelated eyes and stuff. Some of them have, like, eyes made out of, like, emojis, or, like, logos, or don't have, like, facial features at all and just have text, or little symbols and stuff. So that's my favorite thing. Especially, like, I have to show doggies. I do, like, 4 of this person's characters. Fortran owns Win and Mac, which are these 2 little screens in the bottom corner, based on, like, Windows and Macintosh, and they're in a couple, and that's very cute. Dream, this big, like, 60s supercomputer. And Doggy in the top corner. Fucking look at Doggy! You're gonna tell me computer characters aren't cool? Look at him, he's fallen over! Help him! He can't get back up! I just thought he was a buddy for the other one. No, he's a little PC tower who's like missing the side panel. It was just a silly guy. But yeah, most of them are PCs, a couple of them are obviously there's an arcade machine. Channel 00 is a sentient TV channel. He's someone's like kind of SCP backrooms OC. Script error is a pop-up, not like an actual like physical computer. A couple of them are just more like the robots, but essentially if they had a screen for a face, or their entire body was a screen, whether a computer screen or a TV screen, or I guess an arcade cabinet, because Rez just was really cool, then they got then they got. Anyone that I could find who openly said they were okay with mass attacks and who had their 18 or over age listed that Artfight gave me in the search results, they got added. Click is really cute too. Click is who I directed the attack at. Where is he? All of the animals are really cute. Look at this guy. Little keyboard pupper. Little pewter pupper. Yeah, so I had a lot of fun. It's like kids learn about computer. It does look like it could be a kid's toy, right? To help them learn how to type. And then yesterday I got 2 attacks done. I'm trying to get through all of you guys now, so anyone who's followed me on Artfight and I recognize you as being a Discord member, I'm getting to you first, and then I'll start working my way through Avengers. So I did these 2 yesterday. I only got 2 done yesterday because so Sunday is my work is my main work day. My god, it's getting fucking warm in here. Oh, it's 23 degrees. I think I'm getting... Hang on, I think I'm turning the fan on, guys. And get the fan set up. I didn't realize it was 23 degrees. Okay. So I got 2 headshots done last night, and then I was too tired to do anymore because Sunday is my main recording day of the week. Yeah, I didn't realize it was gonna get that warm today either. I don't know what it is outside. Whoa, ice cream for Green.
I was just wondering when you'd invite me.
Alex, thank you for the hydrate. I was just about to talk about you. Good things because I was going through what attacks I've done. So yesterday I just got 2 done at the end of the day because Sunday's my main recording day. I try and record 3 audios every Sunday. Things went a little off script and one I got up later than I meant to. But I had 3 audios that I was meant to record, and I only did 2 of them because the 3rd one ended up being something else, because I have a new Blorbo, I have a new man, a new fictional man who I want to smooch, and it's all the fault of Proxy, Proxy Art, Dark Mode Proxy on Twitter, who I followed years ago because of their Arcane art and Hades art. And they're one of the few artists I have tweet notifications on for them, because even if I'm not into the fandom that they've drawn, like they draw a lot of Resident Evil stuff, which I'm not that into, I still love seeing their art. They started drawing and retweeting a lot of art of a man, and I got curious. And was like, it's like Astarion all over again. Some of you are aware when I recorded my first Astarion audio, I'd been vaguely aware of Baldur's Gate, but I didn't know anything about it. And then, I'd seen Astarion before, but I was like, okay, but like, demisexual, demi-romantic, I can't like a character just from seeing a picture of them. Like, I can get curious about them, but I need to know, like, for me to actually give a shit, I need to know, like, what their personality's like. And I just thought, like, oh, Astarion's just, like, some kind of flirt, okay. And then I saw something on Tumblr, I think, where I was like, wait, is he a sad boy? Wait, this changes things. Went on YouTube, watched every cutscene I could find with him in, and within 3 hours of learning about him, I had recorded my first audio of him. So yesterday what happened was I was just checking through my emails and all my notifications before I got into recording, and I was like, oh, there's that pretty man again Proxy's tweeting about, but specifically Proxy had retweeted a piece of art. Oh yeah, it was that fast. I recorded it like really late at night. That said, like, before game was released, I thought this character was gonna be heartless and evil. But after the game released, I realized he's just a sad boy with mommy issues, and I'm like, shit, man, that's my bread and butter. So I was like, I have to know. And then watched all the cutscenes I could find, which turns out he's only in one cutscene and only has like 4 lines of dialogue. But you can learn more about him through different items you can collect in the game. And I recorded an audio as him yesterday, and it's going up tonight. That's the one you're getting tonight, while hopefully the fandom is active. So, yeah, things went a little bit not to plan. But I'm happy because I wanted a new fandom to get into, and I wanted a new Blorbo. I will talk about who it is in a second. But yeah, so then after all that was done, I got 2 attacks. After I recorded, did all the research on that man, recorded his audio, recorded the other 2 audios that I needed to record, got them all scheduled, got them all edited and scheduled on Patreon, and then edited all the videos, rendered them, exported them, uploaded them to YouTube. Then I was like, cool, now I can draw. Being a fan of that thing so much. Yeah, well, we'll talk about that. The thing is, I had read lore about it like years ago, like what, you know, when the game first came out. I was like, oh, this lore is interesting. I like fantasy worlds. And I had spent many an hour lost on the fan wiki, but was kind of mostly confused. I was like, no, I get it, but like, I just didn't fully get into everything. There were some characters that I really liked. I think just at the time I couldn't find a decent, like, written up lore. Because the main wiki that pops up if you search for that game is actually like a walkthrough guide of how to play, and all it tells you about the characters is like what moves they do and not who the fuck they are. But there is a wiki now that actually has kind of like lore written out. Which I couldn't, if that existed 2 years ago, I couldn't find it. But yeah, hopefully I can find a decent video essay. I gotta be careful though, because some of the monsters and stuff, you know, are pretty scary looking to me, and I was a bit like, as much as I'm like, oh, that's so fascinating, it's like, don't give yourself night terrors. I'm pretty sensitive to that stuff. So, I got 2 attacks on last night. This one was for Alex. I'm trying to get through, as I say, people who have followed me on Artfight whose names I recognize from Patreon, Discord, and Twitch. And then after that, I will work on revenging people. But I'm just gonna do headshots because there's so many of you. So this is one of Alex's characters. And then this is one of Apple's characters. I can't say no to a ghost OC. If you have a ghost OC, I'm probably gonna pick them above any other OC. Same with Alex, if you have like the kind of demon monster person. I'm gonna be like, ooh, who's that? So that's what I got done so far, but people have also been after me, and I haven't managed to catch them up yet. Guys, what the fuck? Almost all the attacks this year. We're almost onto page 2, okay. So, I think, who got me first? Oh, unit, okay, Massmastic, and it's cute and what? They've never been drawn on Artfight before. It's a little animation, very cute. Oh my god, Moth, did you just upload? Wait, you just uploaded that? Wait, that's new! Wait, Moth! Wait, no, we gotta get to, hang on, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Yeah, Moose. It's in better quality, let me know if I lose the quality of the... It's okay, it's okay. That's why I was wheezing. I thought you were wheezing because Moth had attacked you. I didn't know it's because I was the victim. Well, you'll have... Well, Valentine's getting drawn... But the character who's been drawn the most, I thought it was my Welcome Home OC. But it's not. He's been drawn... It's Ambrose. Ambrose has been drawn 9 times. So... But my Welcome Home OC is number 2, having been drawn 7 times. You fucking sneaky. Okay. No, we got Alex, who drew Valentine's first ever little attack. Cute. We got Dolphin Damsel. The satin. Skirt has pockets. They were like, is it okay that I change the outfit and give the skirt pockets? I'm like, skirt pockets are always okay. Skirt pockets are best. Everything should have more pockets. But like, yeah, you guys are free to change up the outfits. I don't mind, as long as it's like in character for them, and it's not like, as I say, like, don't put Ambrose in a skirt, it would make him dysphoric. But like, obviously Satin's okay with wearing skirts or pants, like, that's fine. Julia got me again. I draw Belino every year, and she draws Vlad every year. That's just how it works. She has a crush on Vlad. And this is so funny. It's really cool seeing, Julia drawing Vlad every year and seeing her art improve every year. So like, this is her drawing of Vlad from 2022. And then the only attack she did in 2023 was drawing Vlad, because she was like, well, I have to get to Vlad. And then this is her drawing of Vlad from 2024. Wowzers. But yeah, for the people not familiar with Vlad, both Vlad and Eric on my art fight are in the same band. I have a group of OCs that are all based off classical monster characters, and they're in a boy band, so it's Eric is the lead singer from Phantom of the Opera. Vlad, aka Dracula, is lead guitarist. We also have the rest of the band, who I haven't designed yet, because I can't work them out yet. We have Adam, aka Frankenstein's creature, who is the drummer. Hyde, aka Edward Hyde. I always forget who's rhythm guitarist. And then on bass we have Nick Van Grun, aka the Headless Horseman from Sleepy Hollow. And the reason why I haven't fully designed the rest of them is because originally I was going to have them all be humans, just based on them, and then I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I love monsters. Just make them monsters. Keep them as monsters. So, I did have a design for Adam, obviously I need to redesign it to make him actually look like he was all sewn together. And Hyde's also been something that I've really struggled with, because it's like, I do not want to make him DID representation. I'm fine with doing DID representation, I just think that would be really bad DID like, the original Jekyll and Hyde story is not meant to be a representation of DID. I doubt the author had any idea what the fuck DID was, you know, when it was written in the 1800s. And it's not DID because he, like, magically gives himself Hyde by drinking a potion. But also, if it was DID, it would be bad offensive representation by having the other personality be an evil murderer, which is very bad DID rep. And while my Hyde is... Well, I don't know if I'm gonna have him that's killed anyone or not, but I don't want to make him DID because I don't want to perpetuate that stereotype. And I've changed up some of the other characters anyway, so it's not like Hyde would be the only one I'm changing up. So I'm gonna make Eric not entirely human. He's gonna be a witch. I thought about making him half siren actually, and that's why he got magic voice singing powers. And also explains, you know, why he no look like a human. But I was thinking with Jekyll and Hyde that I was gonna make Hyde into a changeling, and then it still makes sense as to why. Essentially, he's a changeling who was meant to get switched with Jekyll, but they got fucked up. Something got messed up, and Hyde ended up being left, and Jekyll didn't get taken, and then there were just two babies. Oopsie. They'd left the baby, but forgot to take a baby. Because one, frankly, Hyde has changeling energy. He do. Especially my version of Hyde. And then that way it makes sense why he's got this sort of like connection with Jekyll and why they might look similar. Without accidentally doing offensive DID representation. I don't want to perpetuate that. So that's my thinkings with Hyde. And then I just didn't know for a while. I'm like, will people like that? I don't know. hopefully that's an okay idea. That's my monster boy band. I do need to. And if you've ever seen drawings of Eric, something that's not canon, because I can't make it canon because Detod from Elizabeth Das Musical is not a public domain character, but I do ship my monster boy band Eric with Death from Elizabeth Das Musical. If you look at Eric's ref sheet, they smooch. But whenever I make this into an actual, I'd love to make audios of them all, and I would love to make a comic for them. It's just getting their lore sorted out first. I actually thought it'd be really nice to have it almost like a kind of visual, like a dating sim, kind of choose your own adventure thing, where like you get to pick a path of which band member you're gonna go and try and seduce. But yeah, I can't include Detod. That's why he's not on Art Fight. Because I'm like, I can't have him actually be canon. That's just gonna be a fun little headcanon. But I really wanted Eric to still have a love interest that wasn't Christine, because he needs to get over Christine. Like, because I'm gonna put Christine with Meg, frankly. Eric and Christine need to just be friends. Eric needs to have a healthy relationship, and I don't know if that's possible with Christine. But I was like, but I don't know who I could replace Detod with. Because I do have another person in that world, which is Dorian Gray, who is a solo artist. He's not going to be a part of the band, because do you think he plays well with others? No. But I'm like, I don't want Eric to be with him. He deserves better. And I don't know why it took me so long. It took me until like last month to be like, why don't I just make it be Raoul? I ship Eric and Raoul, and Eric, Raoul, Christine as like a poly relationship, like in plenty of other AUs. Why don't I just make it Raoul? I'm like, I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. So, canonically, Raoul's probably gonna take Death's place. I couldn't figure out a way. I was like, well, maybe I could still have him be with Death, but instead of it Death from Elizabeth, be like Death from the Mask of the Red Death. But it's like, yeah, but you can't make them look similar. I can't get myself in trouble. That's not one of my OCs. But if you wanted to just know that Eric self-ships with Death from Elizabeth Das Musical. What else we got? We got Ambrosia Arden. This is by Ino Vias. Little smooch. Little forehead kiss. We got, this is my Welcome Home OC. Confusingly, so this guy, the Dracula from my Monster Boy band, is called Vlad. And obviously Valentine is called Valentine. This boy's called Vlad Valentine, because I needed a cute kind of alliteration-y, or some kind of cute name to fit with the Welcome Home. You know, those familiar with Welcome Home. You know, they got very cutesy names, and I knew I wanted him to be a vampire. So that's the name he got. Hey, dude, you're blinking. It took me so long to pick a name. But I'm like, Vlad makes sense because it's like typical vampire, but then what would his surname be? So yeah, I made his ref sheet look like the Welcome Home pages. Essentially, his lore is that he would be introduced during Welcome Home's second Halloween special. The puppet for Vlad first appeared on the previous Halloween special as a nameless vampire girl, basically as a way for me to make him canonically trans. Kind of like how in some instances, like Elmo's puppet was originally used as like a background character before it was then used to become Elmo. So that's my way of making him be trans as a puppet. The rainbow collar, I don't know how long I spent trying to decide what to do for his collar, because I'm like, I want other colours in there, because most Welcome Home characters have like every colour of the rainbow on them. And I went through so many different fucking designs of that collar. it was driving me crazy. Puppet then seems to be redressed and brought back as the male vampire Vlad Valentine. Throughout the second Halloween special, Vlad tries to approach the neighbours to introduce themselves, but they all run off scared of him. By the end of the episode, they realise Vlad doesn't mean to be scary, as Wally makes an effort to befriend him and teach others that they shouldn't judge others by their looks. That's the point of his episode. He's a Beauty and the Beast. At the end of the episode, Vlad reads a bedtime story to the audience, and from then on he becomes a semi-recurring character who reads a short bedtime story before the end credits roll at the end of episodes. That's his not he's just a guy. We gotta get through these quicker. Got Green. This is from Green. Ambrose is patching up Arden because he got a little boo-boo. Ambrose better give it a kiss before he puts the band-aid on. We got an EP Ambrose from Apple. He's so EP. We got somebody drew Vampire Teeth. Drew my Toontown tune. This is the tune that I play as in Toontown Corporate Clash. The closest I will ever have to a persona. I don't really want to have a persona. I got no problem with personas, just for me personally. I don't want to represent myself as something with fur. For some reason, I'm just like, no thank you. Or scales. I just would prefer any representations of me normally to look like me. That's why my VTube model looks like how I do IRL. Because it makes me almost have dysmorphia as well as dysphoria, and it almost makes me, I have bouts of it, and it almost makes me feel like, if I were to make my VTube model look less like me, I would start to internalize that and feel like insecure that I didn't look like my VTube model and that I needed to look more like my VTube model. Otherwise I wouldn't be trying. Yeah, my brain's silly. So I do not seek to have a persona, but I have a tune, and it's very cute that someone. I don't think anyone would draw him. Just my little tune. And again, Julia doesn't have her tune on Artfight, but if you want to draw them together, you can. Julia's is the bunny. You can't tag her in it, but if you would like to draw, this isn't art by me. This was a gift. Somebody commissioned another artist to draw this for me for my birthday last year. It's just very sweet. So if you want to know what Julia's tune looks like, there she is. Well, we got double whammy from Green. We have my Ghost OC, my Ghost Band OC, Solus. Who, honestly, again, Solus and Barnaby and Oscar, Barnaby and Oscar I kind of created, not specifically for Artfight, but that really made me want to design them so I could have someone cool for Artfight. And Solus I designed years ago, but I redesigned him because I wanted to keep, I was gonna delete him off Artfight, and I was like, maybe I'll just redesign him. Shy! Hello. Thank you for the head pats, you little sneak. Julia told me. Julia was like watching your stream, and apparently you were like, is Prince gonna watch stream? Don't tell him I'm attacking him right now. She didn't. It was only afterwards when I saw the attack I was like, wah! Shy got me back, and Julia's like, yeah, I knew, and I didn't say anything. You sneaky people. I meant to be doing Etsy work, but I haven't started because we've just been talking about Artfight. People keep getting me. My battle ratio is. I'm trying my ding dang best. You did get me, thank you. But I'm going through all the attacks I've received. We haven't got to yours yet. But yeah, you're more cool artists to follow on Artfight. Go follow Shy. Go attack Shy. Do it. It's making me want to make a Ghost OC. Do it. Join us. I know, I've got one. Apple has one. Moth has one, right? And my ratio's at like 37%. No, I'm trying. Okay, no, I'm sorry. Don't attack Shy. Let Shy get to everyone first. There's a bunch of other like Ghost OCs on Artfight. If you search for like, I don't know what tag it is that most people use. Ghost Band, I think. Because you can search by tag on Artfight, and there is a whole bunch of them. But yeah, so I redesigned my Ghost OC for Artfight rather than delete him off of Artfight. I think if you put Ghost Band, if you just put Ghost, it'll come up with people's characters who are ghosts. Yeah, there you go. And again, if you do use the tag search on Artfight, whatever results you get, this isn't every Ghost OC. Artfight will give you a random selection of results. If you want to see more, then you have to click search again. And then it will give you a different page of random results. But yeah, welcome. I hope you are always having fun with the art fights though. You've got so many attacks. Yeah, we're going through what people have done at me. Green double whammied me. Did you Solus twice? I honestly, Green, when you submitted this one, I'd kind of forgotten. So Solus is my Ghost Band OC. He's got 4 eyes. If you don't want to see, I mean, it's a very pixel, but if you don't want to see the 4 eyes, look away now. I kind of forgot I gave him the lion head. It's that bad. That is bad. It's my own child. So he has a human form. He's a fallen angel. And I've decided to give him an element, because I'm gonna headcanon the angels in the ghost world have elements the same way that the ghouls do, so he is a fire elemental. I had a lot of fun drawing him. But yeah, you can't really tell from this, but he does have the because I couldn't be bothered to draw it myself. But the nose is meant to be, but he does say he like his full like angel form. He has like the nose and snout of a lion. He got kind of like a lion face situation. Because I didn't want his full angel form to just be like human with wings. I wanted to have a little bit of the like, because a lot of the way that people draw ghouls and demons from the band Ghost make them more animalistic, you know, less human looking. So I'm like, well, I want to do that for the angels as well, but I don't want them to look the same as the demons. So I was like, okay, what do Bible angels look like? Lion head? Cool. Like, because there's one that has like 4 different heads or whatever, and one of them is the head of a lion. I was like, that works. And that, I feel like, fits with the fire stuff, so yeah, he got... But I don't mind, if people... Someone else drew Solus and drew him in his, like, more human form, but with wings, that's okay too. Like, if you want to draw him in his human form, that is fine. If you want to draw human form with his wings out, but no lion face, that's fine. If you want to draw, angel form, lion face, that's fine. But, like, if you want to draw kind of somewhere in between where you don't, like, if you don't like drawing anthros, it's okay if you want to draw, like, his human form, but with his wings out. Like, that's fine. Oh, Green, it's okay. Again, like, you don't have to include the halo either, but yeah, he got 4 wings, he got little ear wings, because he's shy, and he hides his face, and he's got funky little kind of top surgery scars, and his hair's kind of like flames at the top. I had a lot of fun redesigning him. This drawing on the side is from like 2020, which is why it doesn't look like my art style. And then the pixel stuff is what I drew this year, just to be like, quickly, I want to redesign him, but I want to do it quickly. And I had a lot of fun. So yeah, green double whammy, didn't do both. It's not to me. Oh, Green. Drew his little snoot. And then this is from Blazers. Drew Barnaby and Oscar. My newest children. The little guys. Oh, what's this? It's Green again. Drew Cassius taking a little nap. Then we have Barbie and Oscar again. I'm so happy that they've got drawn. I put them at the front of my characters and like I hope people notice them. The reason why they're not on my my profile ID card is because I hadn't made them yet. I had made the profile ID card before I made Barnaby and Oscar, which is why they're not there. Otherwise they probably would have been featured. The characters I picked on the ID card aren't like my favorites or anything. I just tried to pick ones that showed like a different range. So we have more like a kind of normal humanoid, then we got like an angel, we got a mech, we got an anthro, and then we've got a kind of demon, slightly less humanoid but still quite humanoid character. It was just meant to be like a range of like, I got different stuff going on. We've got Barnaby and Oscar again. This is by Chronically Corvid. Cute. It's green again. How many times green? It's Arden in his werewolf form. He's very excited that you've returned home. Oh, I know you're not even done. We have my silly little guys again. Q's my little Etsy store mascot. This is by Elixir. And like that they're on some sort of like optical illusion platform. Oh, it's green again. Green drew all my other OCs in the as little Elmos. Before I designed Hawthorne and Valentine. Well, before I designed Hawthorne, but before I'd like publicly shown Valentine. So now they get to join the party. At least I put them in one attack. Like Valentine's one little tooth. Cause he's got one little tooth. We went with an apple. Again, this is really sweet. Oops. Got Valentine again. I wonder if Valentine's been the most popular this year. As I say, overall, Ambrose has more attacks than anyone else. Ambrose is my blonde vampire. He's had 9 attacks over the years. But just this year, let's see, I don't know if it's like 1, 2, 3. No, Valentine's only got 4 times, but I think there's more than that. I don't know. Solus has also had 4, which I didn't expect. Ambrose has had 1, 2. No, Solus has had 5. Oh my god, Solus is the most popular this year. Note to self, send Shy's OC to Disney World. Okay, again, for the context of like, why does green draw your OC as like little Elmos? So, there's this very old meme called Disney World where people would take like those kind of stretch and squatch frames from Disney cartoons where like all the proportions look weird and then write the word Disney World, like Disney World spelt really badly. One of the variations of that I came across as a child was this picture of Elmo wearing a Mickey Mouse ears hoodie. He's not even at Disney World. That's not with the text Disney World over, and I loved this image so much that it became like my profile picture on my PC when I was a kid for many years. And it's just so silly. And I remember for ages trying to find out what toy this was. And eventually, someone found out it's a Japanese, like, gachapon toy. Like, little keychain. And I'm like, oh, great. And it was in 2007. I'll never have him. I forget the company that make these, but they make a bunch. There's so many, and they're so cute. Let me see if I can find... I have a folder with a bunch of them saved. They're just the dang cutest little toys. And I'm trying to see. I know I have a folder with some of the pictures saved. I don't know if they still make them, but they were basically, I can't find it. But they made a lot of like Sesame Street, little like prize toys for like arcades and stuff. That is bugging me that I can't see it. Oh, here we go. Kara Hiroba. That's how it's pronounced. C-H-A-R-A H-I-R-O-B-A. There was a lot of them. They're very cute. This is just what I can find on the, like, the Sesame Street fandom wiki. Had a whole page of these guys. Look at this one. They're just little frogs. But whilst I think I shall never find the true Disney World Elmo with the little mouse ears hoodie, years ago I was just looking at like anime figurines to get for my sibling for their birthday, and there's a bunch of eBay shops based in Japan that sell secondhand anime figurines and keychains and all that kind of stuff, that don't label them. Like, I guess they don't take the time to try and figure out what anime figure it is. It'll just be like, anime figure 481 or something, right? And there's so many of these shops. And I was just going through them trying to see if they had any stuff of the animes that my sibling really likes. Because that's normally a way to get anime figures pretty cheaply. Not that I'm a cheapskate, but the animes that they like barely have any merchandise and are hard to find. So I was like, maybe they'll have some stuff. And I was scrolling through, and they had a little guy, and while it wasn't the exact Disney World Elmo, it was a Kara Hiroba Elmo. So I do have this little guy, and I love him very much. He was holding like a little heart in his hands, which is pretty filthy, so I cut that off him. And now he's free. I love him, and he comes places with me in my bag. The keychain cord is like super stretchy elastic. But he's just a little baby. So he lives under my monitor. So that is why Green draws my OCs like little Elmos. I'm gonna BRB and run to the bathroom very quickly. And then we'll finish going to Art Fight and then fucking do my Etsy stickers. I'll be right back. I'm back. What were we at? Oh, we were at... We were here. Okay. Cadillac. Bat Cadillac. There we go. Juice Soulless again. All these little Snoop. They did him in the Baphomet pose. Oh, I didn't realize there was low on water. I should have got water when I was BRBing. Well, I guess I'll do that in a bit. Very cute.
I was just wondering when you didn't.
Thank you for the hydrate. Cryptid got me back. Cryptid revenged me. And Drew Eric. My sweet boy. Sweet one word. No. He tries. I don't have many characters who are assholes. There's a couple. Ace being the main one, but I love him. Even though he's terrible. We've got another solo. This person kind of, they were like, I'm sorry if this is like too cliche. I just saw Fallen Angel and I wanted to draw this, and I'm sorry if like he shouldn't have his wings out in human form. And I'm like, two things. One, I'm fine with his wings being drawn in human form. Two, I don't care if it's cliche. This is one of my favorite paintings. They drew Solace as the Lucifer Fallen Angel painting. I don't apologize for that. You kidding? This is my soft glam. That's one of my favorite paintings. Maybe it is cliche, but I really like that painting, so I don't mind. For people who aren't familiar, let me get a picture of the painting up. Because I can't even think of, I feel bad. It's by Alexandra Cabanel, painted in 1847. The reason why I stopped the screen share is because I don't fucking have the screenshot when I go on Google Images. That's a sure way for for you to get stuff shown that you shouldn't. He's like nude but you can't see his genitals. Is that allowed on Twitch? I don't know what's allowed. Oh wait, it's artistic nudity, so that's fine, right? Now? Oh, fuck it. There's the whole painting, which is Lucifer, as in from Christianity. But a lot of the time it gets cropped to just this shot because of like the expression on his eyes. So yeah, I was like, do not apologize. I love that you did that. We got another one from Julia. She was excited. She was like, I can do ship out of ROCs together. I'm like, yeah, I don't mind. It's in my permissions. So, she drew my boy Silk, which is the tall boy, the tall purple boy, with Hiroshi Shadow. Two little purple demons. Well, not little. Silk is 6'4". I can't get over how Julia draws hands. She's like, they're so difficult. I'm like, yeah, but you fucking draw them really well. You annoy me. No. But I'm like, I'm not a jealous person, but the way Julia draws hands. Let's fucking look at Julia's art now. Yeah, we don't have to. Look at little banana green. That man is too dang tall. I'm sorry. Oh look! Who could this be from? Shai does really cute borders, so you're like, oh, I wonder who that is. All you can see is that eyeball. It's Amoros. Look how cute he is. He's got his little bow. I don't know who that is. What? Who Shai is? Yeah, I don't know either. But whoever she is, I would say thank you to her. The only person who's drawn Amoros. I mean, whoever Shy is the only person who's drawn Amoros. We have another one from I Know. Gosh, I haven't even got them back once yet. Did you Orpheus? One from Umbra. People love drawing Satin in other outfits, and you know what? He's made for it. Satin's he's just made to be put in whatever clothes you want. And everyone always gets his vibe, you know? Only one person so far. Oh god, great. Trippy, you are making a Ghost OC? If you want to go with like how ghost naming patterns normally work, you could just go with like fire-related names. When I named Solus, I don't know. It lined up once I decided to make him actually like assign him an element and make him fire. That Solus kind of works because Solus, as in like Sol, the sun, is a ball of fire. That just ended up working out very well. I named him Solus like years before I ever gave him an element. But yeah, everyone just gets Satin's vibe down very well, absolutely. He would wear this outfit. Well, another one from Julia. And it's Solus again. Julia's like, can I change his outfit? I'm like, yeah, that's fine. With her Angel OC, whose name I'm gonna Arrow. She was like, well, they've both got like golden top surgery scars, so and they're both blonde, so I wanted to draw them together. I'm like, oh. But then she made them sad and she made them cry. How dare. So, the hands again. Fuck. And then this one I got while I was sleeping. It's a mass attack. I love being featured in mass attacks. Where it's got my boy Orpheus. He's making friends! He has no friends and now he's hanging out with people. I'm so proud of him. And then this just happened during stream. Marv! Look at him! Look at his little teeth! Age Valentine. Thank you. You silly, attacking me while I'm live. No, don't apologize for anything. I'm just gonna save it to my PC. I save all my attacks. So I can look back upon them. And also so they can be added to the fan art showcase. I'm not going to update it till the end of Art Fight, because I do not want to be updating it every single day. But after Art Fight is over, it will be updated. Thank you for drawing Valentine. But there's a couple more, because this is something that annoys me with Art Fight. Oh, there's like one more. So, if you are featured in a mass attack, like this person drew Orpheus, and also drew a bunch of other people's, like Mermaid and Siren OCs, which you can see down here. It only appears as on, like, the defense page for me. If you look at any of these other people who were featured, it doesn't. So, like, if someone were to if they decided to... Sorry. When you draw multiple different artists' characters in the same piece, you still have to target one of them. You have to pick one of them to target. And for them, it shows up as an attack. And for everyone else, you have to go over to the side of the screen here, these two blue buttons, defenses, and then character included in. And you're gonna click character included in, and then there's fucking more. It bothers me because it bothers me that if someone included me in a mass attack, but I wasn't the first person they tagged, I have to click, it doesn't show up on my profile. You have to go into defenses and then click character included in. But character included in puts people's attacks made at you alongside attacks that I made that just also features my own characters. I don't feel like they should be next to each other. I feel like stuff that I drew shouldn't be shown next to stuff other people drew. But I was featured in another Mass Attack this year, which is the fucking cutest shit I've ever fucking seen. I didn't know other people had Build-A-Bear OCs or had their OCs tagged with the phrase Build-A-Bear. I didn't even remember that I tagged Mercutio with Build-A-Bear. But if you go down onto page 2 of my characters, you can find Mercutio. He is Build-A-Bear Spring Green Frog. I didn't even remember I tagged him with Build-A-Bear, and I didn't know loads of other people had uploaded their own Build-A-Bears as well. So, someone did a Mass Attack where they drew a bunch of different people's Build-A-Bears. What the fuck? And Mercutio's on there. He's up here on the top bunk. He's reading people a bedtime story. Apple, again, no one's got anything to apologize about. Please don't feel like you have to compare your text with other people's. There's so many I love the detail that everyone at the board game is got different. This person's got like regular playing cards, this one's got Pokemon cards, this one's got Uno cards, and this one's got Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Like they've all got completely different cards. This is so sweet. I think that's everything I've got with this year. I'll probably work on some more attacks after stream. Whenever that is, we haven't done Etsy yet. So that's our art fight catch up. This is what happens when I don't stream for a week. I have so much to ramble about. So we've talked about a trip I had on Thursday. We've talked about art fight. I mentioned new Wilbo for the audio tonight. Oopsie. Maybe I'll just get the clip of him up. I can't show you all of the art that made me get intrigued about him because some of it's not safe for work. But this is all Proxy's fault. This wasn't my plan. Let me see what I can find. Super on a question, do I have a favorite flower? I don't have any like super strong preferences on flowers, but I do like snowdrops and bluebells and lily of the valleys, just because of the shape. Something about hanging down like a little light bulb. I don't know why. Since I was a kid, I'm like, those ones look cool. So I guess any of those. This is by, okay, yeah, this is the art. I'd already seen like pretty drawings of him, and then I saw this drawing by Rashu. I will write their name out because I don't want to underscore there. But I was like, uh-oh. Well, now I need to know more. Because apparently people thought he was going to be like a horrible, evil sadist. And actually, then the game came out and he just loves his mom and wants her to be proud of him, cares for his people and his peers, and is suffering and is very sad because his mom doesn't give a shit about him and abandoned him. And he's so sad. And he's got like a curse on him. The snakes aren't his friends. I mean, they are, but they're also like actually part of his body. What a guy! I will go find the cutscene, and I will say what he's from in case people don't want spoilers. Oh my god. Who was it? Who redeemed kazoo karaoke? Who was it? Trippy. You. Can I share a thing in Art Fight channel? 2-panel comic ice cream grabs. I know you're mean. Page twice the original artist mentioned. If it's someone else's art, I'm confused as to why you want to share it. If it's someone else's art that like wasn't from Art Fight, I don't get why it would go in the Art Fight channel. Like you can share other people's art as long as it's credited. I'm just confused because we're just keeping the Art Fight channel for like actual art stuff to do with Art Fight, and if it's art stuff that's not to do with Art Fight, it can just go in the regular art channel. Alright. Trippy, you may pick your karaoke song. Let me go over here. You have the options of anything that is on my karaoke song request list, which is on that link that the song list bot just put in chat, or you can pick any of these ghost songs on the list that's on screen right now. Shall I give you a pink kazoo icon? Aww. I can put it in meme channel. Yeah, that's fine too. It helped me with comparing my art to this, and Stu will apologise for some cool art on stream today. Monstrous. Oh, the longest one, I see. That's fine. I put it on there. But first, before we do that, I will finish showing the boy. Fucking quads monsters. It's fine. It'll be stuck in my head for the rest of the day. I'll be singing Come Together for the rest of the day. My only concern is I'm like, what does the verse go like? I'm gonna need to refresh my brain for a second. So the character that I'm gonna show you his the only vocal lines he has. I was like, I'm curious about him. And then I watched the cutscene and I was like, I could do that. Because his voice reminds me of Loki, but not Tom Hiddleston's Loki. But if you've ever watched any of the Marvel cartoons or 2D animated movies, he sounds a lot like the kind of voice that people go for with Loki in like the cartoons. To me, anyway. So he is from the new Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erd Tree. If you do not want spoilers for this character, I'm going to play the cutscene that happens at the beginning of the fight, the one that happens when you get him down to half health. And then there isn't a cutscene at the end. He just... Well, he says a couple things, but there's not a full cutscene when you can... But yeah. His boss fight comes like... He's not the final boss of the game. I don't know how far into it, maybe like 50% to 75% of the way through the game, maybe somewhere in there. But if you don't want any spoilers, yeah, Virgil, I honestly was just maybe not gonna play that clip. I mean, just, yeah, where that happens. I will give the trigger warnings when we get there. I'll give the trigger warnings when we get there. Not an ad break. Well, now we'll just have to sit here. Now we'll just have to sit here. Actually, while we sit here, I can Google to find a karaoke track for Monstrance Clock. That's what I need to do. If I can't find one, I'll just do it over the actual song. I didn't pick songs based on whether or not they have karaoke tracks. I picked songs based on whether or not I feel able to do them. Okay, there are karaoke tracks. Cool. Oh, Secondo. Oh, I'm seeing pictures of him. Oh, I love him. Oh, the cake. The meanwhile they're just thinking, whoa, cool, 2 cakes. Like, yeah, I've seen that. Okay. I will give trigger warnings for each bit as we get there. The first bit, if you don't like snakes, I guess don't look. And also if you don't want spoilers for the new Elden Ring expansion DLC, don't look or listen either. So I will at least, you won't see this, but I will at least explain. Because if you do look up Mesmer, and you do end up finding pictures of his model without the clothes on, or drawings of him without his clothes on, trigger warning for the snakes, that it's a little body horror, possible. I don't know if it would trigger anyone's trypophobia, but the snakes actually are part of him. His whole curse, one, he got fire magic, but also he got, like, essentially a big old snake growing inside him. So the snakes are actually coming out of his skin, kind of almost exactly where his nipples are. He got snake nipples. I saw someone say that. Someone phrased it as snake nipples, and I'm like, please, do not ever say that. But so, yeah, one of the snakes is coming out of his body through, like, one of his pecs, and the other one is kind of, it's coming out of, like, a hole in his back, and then goes back in through the back of his shoulder, and then comes out through kind of the front of kind of his shoulder pec area. You won't see that because he's wearing clothes, but there are some people who've, like, taken his model, and shown, like, what he looks like without the clothes on, and obviously if you look, some people who've drawn, like, proxies, not safe for work art of him, the snakes are just around him, they're not actually coming in and out of his body, but if you go, don't say the word snipples, Jesus Christ. But just a fair warning, if you do go googling him, you might see the snakes coming in and out of his body. They're not everywhere, they're only in a couple locations, it's not like constant holes or anything, it's just a couple, but Jesus fucking Christ, I do not. You guys are terrible. I'm trying to talk about my angsty boy, and you come at me with the phrase snipples.
Mongrel intruder.
Talk to me, Mesmer.
That tarnished, it seemeth.
Also, he do talk like that. I like the idea, some people said, you think Mesmer talks more old-fashioned because where he is. Okay, I need to give Mesmer lore. Mesmer was sent by his mother, Marika, basically. I'm gonna explain Elden Ring lore very simply. Don't come at me if this isn't correct. I'm purposely kind of dumbing it down in a way. His mom is like the god queen, and she sends him to just destroy an entire kingdom and slaughter everyone there. She says it's because they're impure and this is the right thing to do. It's actually secretly because she wants revenge, because when she was human, she was part of that kingdom, and that kingdom treats people there quite terribly, and she was a shrine maiden, and the shrine maidens there end up getting, like, tortured and horribly, like, experimented on, so she just actually wants revenge. But he doesn't know that. She goes, go on, son. Who I find disgusting because you have one of these curses in you, like a few of my children do, and God, aren't you gross for having that? Go and kill all these people for me. And he goes, okay, Mom, I love you, I just want you to be proud of me. And he goes, and he does it, and she abandons him and exiles him, and hasn't talked to him for years, and won't have anything to do with him, and has, like, basically wiped him from history to the point, like, most people know about her other children and all of the rest of the gods, but he's just been, like, forgotten about. Because basically, she doesn't want anyone to know that she got her son to kill all these people for her. She doesn't want people to know that she's responsible for all of these deaths. And that she could have, you know, she doesn't want to, I don't know if she doesn't want to feel guilty about that, or she doesn't want to acknowledge that it's happened, you know. She just made him do the dirty work for her. And now he's just been abandoned. But he's still here, thinking that maybe if I keep carrying out her orders, she'll be proud of me and she'll come back and she'll talk to me again and she'll love me. But I don't think that's gonna happen, guys. I don't think she's gonna come back and be nice to him. His name's Mesmer. When he says Mongol intruder, at first I was like, is he American? And then the rest of the voice lines, I'm like, oh no, okay. But yeah, so some people, because he's lived in the, she's kind of preoccupied that, yeah, she does have a lot of other stuff going on. But no, I don't know why the Mongol intruder sounded not British accent to me. But the rest of it very clearly is, and I've heard some people say, do you think he speaks more old-fashioned because he is so cut off from the world? I don't know. So yeah, in the audio I've recorded of him that is going up tonight, I have tried to accurately do thou and thee and thine. If I messed up, don't tell me. I did my best. Oh, you come on, come on.
That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of life?
Pretty voice. Also, he's really fucking tall. He's got very long limbs.
Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged.
His hands come down to his knees.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death.
Tee-hee-hee. Hello, sailor.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
He do got hands, right? He got hands, and he's very tall. I hope people see what I mean about, like, his voice sounds like it could, like, you could have that voice be voicing Loki in one of the cartoons, like, it's got that vibe to it. He tall, he pretty, he's got that thing going on, he's, I'd genuinely really like to cosplay him, but I can't get a new cosplay done and made in time for my next con, and I already have Kahara from Fear and Hunger, that's what I'm wearing. I'm not making this, because also I do not know how I would date that in a suitcase if I made the snakes. It's like, how the fuck would I, in a car, that's fine, just put it wherever, but in a suitcase, I don't know how I'm gonna get that to be safe. I could cosplay him next year. I won't have another con after this until next year. But I don't, I'm like, well then again, but I'm like, but people won't give a shit about Elden Ring maybe by then. They won't be happy with it. It's like, so I do these cosplays for me, not for anyone else. So he's on my might cosplay someday list. I remember seeing someone else being like, oh, because one of his siblings has the same thing of the one of their eyes being closed all the time, and I remember someone else who was cosplaying being like, I can't, I'm just gonna put like an eye patch on because they can't keep their eye closed for that long. I'm like, oh, right, I didn't realize that was a thing. I'm like, I guess I've heard of some people having trouble winking. I find it really easy. I can keep one of my eyes closed for like hours if I wanted to. Like, I don't find it difficult at all. So I'm like, is that I didn't know that was a weird thing to be able to do. Teehee pretty. I'm gonna play it, I'm gonna show him again. And then we'll look, and then I'll give trigger warnings for the other scenes.
Lordship sanction in one so bereft of life.
Ooh, Gross is expecting Baldur's Gate 6. I'm just like, please announce Neil, please.
Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged. Those stripped of the
also,
grace
someone pointed
out
one of his snakes is going places. One of his snakes is like wrapping all the way up his thigh here. Which, frankly, someone took a close-up screenshot of that and was like, that feels more scandalous than any not safe for work art. Oh yeah, he's got very long arms and legs, but even so, even then, his arms like do come down to his knees. He's big. You keep saying yeah, I don't know, Ma.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
So, trigger warning for the next bit. The majority of this snake curse that he has is being contained by a seal that he has on his eye. Now that eye that you can see, his yellow eye, appears to maybe be glass. It might be a fake eye, it might not be. Some people are headcanoning that Mesmer might be blind, but it's not canon. It's not explicitly canon, so I don't know. So, once he's down to half health and he doesn't want to die, he decides, you know, and especially if he realizes that, like, his mother might have sent you there, or at least is allowing you to be there and try and kill him, he's like, what the fuck? Well then why am I even holding back? Why am I keeping this curse contained if Mom's just gonna send someone to kill me after everything? So, trigger warning, now this... I will say... Because that eye is what the seal to his curse is on, there is a couple shots where he, like, raises his fingers up towards his eye, and they get close, and then the screen goes black. Okay? That every video I've watched of this cutscene, the screen goes black. I do not know if in the actual game it goes black. I'm assuming so. I'm assuming that's not just YouTubers cutting it out, because the subtitles still appear on screen. So it doesn't show him removing his eye. It doesn't show it. But it just shows his fingers going near his eye, screen goes black, there is sound effects, and then you see his hand holding the eyeball, and he crushes it like it's made of glass, and then you see the shot of his face with his eye missing, and then the curse kind of takes hold, the snakes get bigger, his body kind of becomes a bit more scaly. There's a YouTube channel that actually, like, takes his model out of the game and actually shows you full 360 what it looks like regularly with and without clothing, and then what his cursed form looks like with and without clothing. So I'm going to show the middle cutscene. It doesn't show him taking out the eye, but it shows his fingers going near his eye, and then it shows him crushing the eyeball like it's made of glass. And then it will show what his face, with him very clearly missing an eyeball with a hole where his eye was. So, I will say once that is off screen, if you want to look away. I don't like eye horror, so I was like I looked away the first couple times and then realized the screen went black anyway, and I was like, oh, I didn't need to close my eyes, the screen went black anyway. But yeah. Once you see his hand start to come up, feel free to look away. Why isn't the video? Hang on, let me take the... It says it's at 7:20.
I will not suffer. A lord devoid of light.
Sorry that the fucking video keeps freezing. Oh my god, come on.
Suffer. A lord devoid of light.
Look at his little nails. Because he's basically like, Mom, you told me to kill everyone who wasn't touched by your light, and now there's a guy touched by your light here, and he's trying to kill me, and you're okay with it? What the fucking shit did I do any of all of this killing for you for? Because it's also very much implied through items you get in the game that Mesmer doesn't enjoy doing the killing, he's just doing it because he's so loyal to his mom. And through other items you get, like, Mesmer has a bunch of followers from loads of different walks of life and different, like, from different areas, across the world. And there's genuinely something in him that people find, like, respectful, and they, like, the people that are loyal to him genuinely really like him. And he didn't even have to manipulate them or brainwash them in any way. Unlike other people in the world of Elden Ring, they just genuinely, he's just likable, it turns out. And I'm like, imagine what he could have done if he hadn't been exiled to a land and told to kill everyone there. Alright, look away now, if you don't want to see him missing an eye. Again, it doesn't show the fingers going in. But... okay, his hand is holding the eyeball. Eyeball no more. And now his curse is no longer sealed. I mean, it was already getting out a little bit with the snakes, but now it's all the way out.
Soon tarnished.
You can kind of see his skin's more scaly, almost like the snakes.
Wilt thou be taken in the jaws?
I'll be taken in your jaw. What? I mean, what?
Of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light.
I don't like. That's a big. Oh, now he's a big snake boy. Why's he got out? I mean, he was the one offering for him to put his jaws around me. It is still Mesmer. Yeah, it's still Mesmer. He's not like got like the snake isn't like, it's not like he's got a demon inside him that's gonna possess him. It's still him. He's not like being possessed by someone else. And again, and like in the Elden Ring lore, essentially, the old religion would have believed these powers and mutations to be a blessing, whereas the new religion and his mom believe them to be a curse. So when I say cursed, in her mind he's cursed. In the mind of some people who still follow the older religion, he's actually, snake power is a blessing. They think, wow, cool snake power. Dying breath, calls his mother by her name instead of calling her mother, and wishes a little curse, and then he's gone, and that's all you see of him. That's all you get. And there's more that you learn about him from different items you can pick up. And there's a YouTube video that goes into like Mesmer's lore and talks a lot about him. But yeah, that's all you actually see of him. That's all of his voice lines. But a lot of people seem to interpret him the same way, which is sad boy. He doesn't really want to be doing this job, but he does it because he feels like he has to. That's all we get. But don't worry, you can have more if you listen to the audio that's coming out tonight. It's a reverse comfort. You get to be like, hey, dudes, like, maybe you deserve, it's like, hey, Mesmer, maybe you can stop doing what your mom wants, seeing as, like, regardless, like, no offense, but nothing you do is gonna make her pay attention to you, or love you, sorry. Maybe, like, abandon that, and just, like, do what you want. Like, you seem like you could be a cooler ruler than a lot of your siblings. Are you are you looking for a consort? Like, he doesn't seem to have one, that's all I'm saying. But yeah, that's all you get. But pretty much everyone agrees, like, sad boy. Like, the people were, like, expecting him to be the great big evil bad, and then you're like, oh, he's not really. Actually, he's pretty well liked by the people who are loyal to him and seems to actually genuinely care about them, and yeah, he's horrible things. Like, the slaughter of all of the people here is terrible. And yet, he's, like, even though he is killing them as his mother's orders, he's actually preserved all of their history in their libraries, and it's seemingly trying to keep their memory alive, and he also has an infirmary kind of thing set up for the jarred ones, which... Oh, because the people who he's slaughtering created these creatures by torturing people, which was really fucked up of them. And it's like he's actually like kind of maybe got some sort of infirmary kind of going off, maybe to try and help them and cure them, which like he doesn't have to do. He's got layers to him. There's stuff going up there. If only he was a little less of a mama's boy. And stopped with the whole slaughtering everyone business. I mean, there's a couple other clips of him in the trailer. I'll get the trailer, but he doesn't have any voice lines. I'll get the, I'll show you the other clips that exist of him. But it doesn't have any voice lines in the trailer. And the clips of him in the trailer, I don't know if they appear in the game. But we don't need to see that bit. Okay, we can see Mesmer's scary fire crusade.
What followed was a war unseen.
This is Mesmer's army.
One that could never be put to song.
And again, like, none of the rest of the world know about that this happened because it's all been, like, covered up. There he is!
Grace or honor.
Yeah, it is bad.
The tyranny of Mesmer's flame.
But hello, Northern Yorkshire narrator. I think that's it. I think that's all you get of him in the trailer. Oh no, there's one more shot. You get the shot of him all tall. There he is. And that's it. Then it's back to Mikula. So those are the only clips of him. But also, if you got the collector's edition, which is like $300, you can have this figure of him. But it's like you get the game, like, physical copy and an art book, and you get the statue and the soundtrack. But it's like $260. So I can't get a copy of a game I'm never gonna play, because I'm not gonna play Elden Ring. Nothing against it, but I don't like fighting games. I know I would have no fun with that. I know I manage with Hades, but I can cope with Hades because, like, I know the stuff in Elden Ring that I would find triggering or scary. I don't find anything scary in Hades. And like, any kind of 3D battle thing like that, I would just be so lost. I would just find it so hard to look at, and with my motions and stuff. With Hades, it's like, there's no camera changes, so it doesn't make me want to barf. Basically, I'd be paying $260 just for the figure, and it's like, no. You only met this man yesterday. I've never paid that much for a figure. I could not. But he is pretty. But there is a YouTube channel. I'll see if I can find the name of it. Where they take, like, models from different games. They've taken quite a few from Elden Ring. and given like a 360 look. Bonfire VN. I don't know what the most I've ever paid for a figure is. I'm not really a figure person. I like plushies more because I can give them hugs. I'm generally glancing around. I mean, okay, the most expensive figures I have is like a couple Nendoroids, but I didn't buy those. Those were gifts, so that doesn't count. I wouldn't have paid that price. Like, I have the Loki Thor Ragnarok Nendroid. That was a gift from a friend. I wouldn't have paid. Oh, I guess I used to collect pull-up dolls. Those are the kind of figures. And, like, some of them are of canonical, like, characters from animes and stuff. Those were, like, £60. But those are, like, those aren't figures. They are fully posable, jointed dolls with clothes that you can take off. And I'm like, yeah, that feels more worth it than just a plastic statue to me. Don't get me wrong, figures are pretty, but I just often think, like, I can't do anything with you, though. I can't pose you, and I can't hug you. So, like... even the few figures I have that are a bit more expensive, I bought secondhand for a lot cheaper than what most people were selling them for. Like my American Mickey's Gal Alice figures. A lot of people sell, like, just one for, like, 50, 100 plus. But I got Alice, Chesh, Caterpillar, and Mad Hatter, all from the same eBay seller, as a set of 4 for 50. And he was selling them that cheap because, like, Caterpillar had a bit of staining, Hatter had quite a bit of, like sun yellowing, sun bleaching, and his cane was broken. But Alice and Chesh are in perfect condition, and those are the two that I wanted. And I couldn't even find anyone else selling them at all, so I was like... or, like, I have the NECA Castlevania Symphony of Night Dracula figure, and those are expensive. I got mine secondhand at a Comic-Con. I think he was, like, 25 or 35, and he is not complete, which I knew when I got him. But I'm like, when am I going to run into one of these in the wild again? He's missing, he doesn't have, like, his little eyeball companion-y thingy, and he's missing the chain from his cape. I think maybe he's meant to be holding something as well. But yeah, I guess my pull-up dolls are the most expensive ones, but I collected those when I was a teenager, and I would just get one for my birthday and one for Christmas each year for a few years, so I didn't even buy those myself either. I'm not one for spending a lot of money on just individual things. I'm just like that. I don't see the worth in it. Like, as pretty as a figure can be, I'm just like, I can't justify it for me. Like, the only pricey single items I've bought like my Switch. I was like, like, I mean, my Switch is definitely the most I've spent on any one single item. And I don't fucking use it. I went on it every day to play Animal Crossing for a month, for the first month of lockdown, because legally you weren't allowed to ship out any mail. And Etsy was my only job I had at the time, and so I had to close my store down. I had nothing to do for a month, so just played Animal Crossing every day, and then I never touched the Switch again. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not allowed to spend that much on a single thing anymore. Because I mean, and at least a Switch is something that you could spend a lot of time on. I'm not going to spend a lot of time looking at a figurine. Like, which is sad for me, because, two of my favorite things, and two of my favorite characters are, like, my favoriteest, babyest kin boy is only available as figurines, and they are all incredibly expensive. I mean, hundreds, and some of them over $1,000, which is D from Vampire Hunter D. It's tough being a Vampire Hunter D fan all of the figures are like minimum $500 fucking dollars. I will never own one. Unless someone puts one up for sale and doesn't know what it is, right? Like, the only way I would ever find one affordable is if someone just goes, like, random anime figure guy, like, and they have no idea what the fuck, like, that it's Vampire Hunter D. Because even people selling one, even ones that... There's even Vampire Hunter D figures that pop up on eBay that are heavily broken, and they still go for hundreds. Because those figures are just, they didn't... The retail price originally was so expensive, or, like, they're rare, so... Being a Vampire Hunter D fan means you will never own any merch. I'm not paying $500 plus, $1,000 plus dollars for a statue, no matter how pretty it is. That one of him on the horse is so fucking pretty, but no. Same with Castlevania figures. Like, I have the Funko Pop. I don't really like Funko Pops that much, but I have the Alucard one, because fuck, I'm not ever getting another Alucard figure. Again, have you seen the price? It's hard being an anime vampire fan. like, I'm never... Sometimes the figures of Lila from Vampire Hunter D don't go for crazy money, but, like, I don't care about her. I want D. I want him. But, oh my god, the Grell Funko goes for that much? What the fuck? But, like, if I go, what is it? What's My Anime Figures? Is that what it's called? Oh, fuck, I always forget. Is it because it's, like, did they make it, like, 10 years ago and now they don't make it anymore? That's still stupid. Let's look at the sad life of being a Vampire Hunter D fan. Someone has been selling this one on eBay for a while, and I'm like, dude, you can't sell it for that. It's so... He's literally like, yeah, it's broken in multiple places, and I kind of taped it back together, but if I ship it to you, it 99% will break again. And he's still charging $100 for it? I'm trying to see where the... I need like a yen converter. Hang on. I'll do it into dollars because I know you guys will understand dollars more than pounds. Yeah, he retailed for like $125. Seen the prices on Alucard, right? This isn't my favorite one. This one's fine. But and a lot of them were made in like 2001 for Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, so that doesn't help. I don't see it. Is it because I clicked on the character and he like wasn't tagged properly? Let me just go to the fandom as a whole. It's not that one. No, I haven't seen that one before, so that's probably where is it? Am I silly? Hi Maya. Yeah, there's a figure of Maya and Charlotte. I've never even seen this one for sale anywhere. Again, $125. It's not even that detailed. Where's the fucking horse? Am I that's not this one? Did they not put it on this website? I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. I was gonna say, this would be this would be my ultimate dream figure. Don't look at the yen price. Don't worry. Now, and this came out in 2023, so this isn't even like, it's not expensive because it's old. This retailed for $2,200, 300,000 yen. I shall never own the horse figure. It's not ever gonna happen. Even if I had that kind of, even if someone gave me that much money, I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna put that in my savings towards like a house. I can't pick this over rent or house or even like a nice holiday, you know, like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't care how pretty it is, which it is. Where's his face? Show me his face. I think, yeah, okay, that's kind of his face. That's not all of his face. There he is. His little teeth. It is big. I don't know how big. He does come with, you can change his face. Is that worth $2,000? Is it? Because you can change his face. It is... How tall is it? Height. Oh, fair enough. That is pretty big. Still, it's 30 inches tall. Wait, it says 1/6 scale. That doesn't make sense. Oh well, the horse is fairly big. Once. I keep clicking on the wrong thing. It's like 79, like 80 centimeters tall. So that's tall. It is tall. I need a picture of it next to a person. Is it not even out yet? Considering how slow Figurama is, maybe I'll see him in 2026. I need to see it next to a person. Like, I know how tall that is, but like, I assume that's from like the very, very base to like the tiniest tippity top of the horse's ears or whatever. But maybe it's not. Floral Cupcaker, thank you so much for the follow and for becoming one of my children of the night. I do not know where you'd put it. Don't show me the Castlevania figure that I would get to match. I know Google Images. I know. Yeah, I don't think they've started making them yet or shipping them out yet. Well, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, there's a very similar Castlevania figure that I think was made by the same company. We're just chatting about various stuff today. Yeah, it's made by the same company. You wanna see the Castlevania one? It's Symphony of the Night themed, so it's Alucard and Richter. But yeah, like, where would you even put them? So as much as I say, like, we're talking about anime figures right now. But welcome in. As much as it's like, dream figure, it's also like, I really don't have anywhere to put it. I'd be honestly happy with any of these. Like the, there's this little, there's like this little, like the jointed little action figure of D by Epoch. I'd be happy with that. But limited edition, so people sell him for like, I saw someone selling him for over £100 like pounds, even though he was like missing an item, and they had super glued him to a base, like a stand, like a piece of like fucking wood or something. He's like, oh, I had trouble standing up, so I've like super glued him. No, you won't be able to get him off. And you're charging that much still? Why did you do that? Just lean him against something. What the fuck? Love your audio. Glad you can finally catch my streams. Oh, that's very, very sweet. Welcome in. We're just rambling today. We've talked about it so much. We got to the topic of anime figures, and I'm like, why is the anime I like the most have to be the most expensive figure? Oh, the Miku Cinnamon Roll collection is so cute. I don't have any of the figures. I have a pillow. I have a little pillow with them on. Yeah, Vampire Hunter D figures and Castlevania figures are very silly money. There's multiple. They're pretty sure they made a Nendo, didn't they? For the Miku Cinnamon Roll collab. Yeah, there's an Nendoid. I don't know if the Nendoid is the one you mean. I know there's at least, like, there's an Endoid, but then there's also at least one, like, there's some full-scale figures as well. I love this collab. Nendoids are so much money, though. Like, as I say, the couple I have were gifts. I have Loki, the Thor Ragnarok version, and I have Majora's Mask Link. Sometimes I feel like I actually have a third and I just forget, but no. I'm like literally looking around the room and like, no, it's just those two. And like, when I was younger, yes, I owned a couple bootleg Nendoids. I was like 13 and I didn't know how to tell the difference. Frankly, the price they were should have been the giver, but I didn't know. I was a kid. So having owned bootleg ones, like fake ones, and real ones, I will say, in my opinion, the real ones aren't miles better. I mean, they look a lot better, but in terms of how well the pieces go together, like, I also have the Skyward Sword Link Figma, and I did actually buy that one myself, but it was on sale. It was like on clothes. Like, he like cannot hold on to that shield. And Loki, he can't keep his helmet on. The way that they made the helmet, it's in two pieces, so the back wraps around his head. It's the Ragnarok helmet, so it doesn't actually go all the way over the top of his head. It just is like a band around. So the band around the back is one piece, and then the band at the front of his head with the horns on is another piece, and they clip together. But it is so shallow. Like, if you looked at it, you can't even tell where, like, the little nub of the clip is that's meant to go through the hole. It's so shallow, it just doesn't stay closed. So I would put blue tack on it, and that still couldn't stick to it and hold it. So it just falls off all the time, and one of the many times it fell off, it knocked the knives out of his hands, and I've lost one of them now. I don't know where it went. The Link one's not bad. I don't think I've had any problems with the Link holding on to stuff. But that Loki one, they made that helmet so bad. So bad. I do actually have one part from the bootleg Nendo. I know one of the fake ones I had when I was younger was Elle from Death Note, and I don't have him anymore, but I kept the chair because I'm like, well, I could sit so many other people in this chair. Oh, to have the Maya statue. But yeah, every Vampire Hunter D, you will not find a Vampire Hunter D figure for less than 100. And if you find one for 100, it will be secondhand and broken. I have never found one that isn't broken for sale at all secondhand. Sometimes you will see the bust of Lila that shows up a lot, but I have no interest in having any figures of her. This is the most common one you'll find, and they won't sell it. I forgot how out her boobs are. Oh my god. But yeah, this is new. I didn't see this one on here before. It's just like a plaque. Boy, that's gonna be rare if that wasn't even on the website last time I checked. And then look at the ones that never got made. My figure collection also lists figures that never got made. They never made this. Look what we could have had. They never made him. This was just a prototype. Are you shitting me? Look at him. He's just a baby. He got his little earrings. But they never made him. He was on exhibition at Wonder Festival 2011, and then they never made him past the prototype. So, like, that's the only one that exists, I guess. Oh no, I guess maybe they made a couple? Because it says it's owned by 3 people. So I guess maybe they made a couple? Do we know how many were made? It doesn't say. But there is a picture of someone having him alongside some Tohos. So... Speaking of, oh my god, unpause the music. Sorry. I paused it when we were looking at Mesmer. We've been listening to Toho music all day, by the way. But I have a couple other dream figures. I will show you them. And we will also be like, wow, that's impossible. I mean... And we can all be like, wow, yeah, that is a lot of money. So this is the other one, other than the Vampire Hunter D horse statue. How tall is this one? This one's like 50 meters. But he might not be exactly in scale, he's 1/5 instead of 1/6 scale. So he was 50,000 yen. Which is like $300. So pretty. Pretty boy. But I'm not spending $300 on a figure. For me to spend $300 on a figure, someone would have to give me $1 million, and then I'd be like, okay, I can spend 300 of that on a figure. Or maybe like, if someone gave me like, even if someone gave me $10,000, I'd still be like, oh man, I don't know. I could, And when we looked at this one, the one with him and Richter. The giant one. But it's kind of gory, and I don't know that I would actually be able to want the gore. And then look at this one that didn't really get made. I don't know. It says draft, so either it's very, very rare, or like limited edition, or was only available at a certain convention, or it was just a prototype. Maybe it was like very limited. Like, look at these little guys. Look at him, look at his little face. Squid, I want to pinch his little cheeks. Oh yeah, it's actually evil Richter when he's possessed by Dracula. I didn't even realize. But yeah, that sure is. Look at that expression. That's not Richter's expression. There's so many pretty figures. I don't love this one as much as the other one, but it's fine. It's still gorgeous, still handsome. The lighting they put on him. this is the NECA figure. So I have the NECA figure of Dracula, but not the NECA figure of Alucard. The NECA made figures of the Succubus, randomly, Dracula, Simon, and Alucard. So my Dracula is missing this eyeball on a stick, the bat, this little locket thing, and he doesn't have the chain rope around his cape, but he has everything else. Oh, Moth, thank you for stopping by. Oh my god, Alucard comes with wall meat? Dude, he comes with wall meat! Oh, well that increases the value. Oh god, if no one knows the Castlevania games, you don't know what wall meat. So there's like a hidden item in one of the Castlevania games where if you break through a wall, there's like a turkey leg in there. But people call it wall meat. But it's like, actually like, you have to like clip through a wall to like get it, or it's like hidden behind the wall. Yeah, wall meat. I will say this figure doesn't look good. This is the action figure from the cartoon. It's not great. I know it's just an action figure, but like, why is his hair a square? These are hard to find though. The action figures from the cartoon are hard to find. They made ones of Trevor Cypher. No, did they make one of Cypher? I don't know. I'm not even sure. Why is his head so square? They've chadified him. That's not. I don't. You'd think, well, that's a cheaper option though. No, they're so rare. What I have of Alucard, I have that is official. I have the Funko. I have the Konami plush. My sibling got that for my birthday this year for me, and I have an enamel pin. Oh, it's got his wolf and his bat form, like from the Ayumi Kojima concept art. Oh my god. Whoa, they lined the inside of his coat. Because Alucard can shapeshift into both a bat and a wolf. Oh, I was not aware. Oh, cool. It's like $500. It's not out yet. Oh, it comes out next year. I guess it says 2025, but no, I'm sorry, Adrian. Oh, the early bird price is $400. No, Adrian, no. God, how did we get here? Oh my god, karaoke! Trippy, I am so sorry. You really should have stopped me talking at some point. We were just meant to watch the Mesmer clip. I don't even know if you're still watching stream. I was like, yeah, we'll just watch the Mesmer clip and then I'll do the karaoke. And then we got distracted because we were thinking about anime figures. Because we looked at the figure of Mesmer. Oh, thank God you're still here. Hello. Okay, I need to refresh myself on the song. I know the chorus. My brain is currently blanking on the verse. Sometimes I do that. I'll like listen to a song on a loop and then I'll just completely forget what it sounds like. And first him come to me. Where's my kazoo anyway? Oh, here we are. Okay, I remember now. I'm sorry, I haven't taken. There's like a little scroll inside the kazoo box. I haven't ever taken it out. I just got a glimpse of the illustration. Hang on. Just for a moment, let's just go back over here. Look from people infidump about their fixation. It's different. Oh, okay. I honestly don't tend to buy figures at cons. I go to Comic Con to read the Artist Alley. That's what I go for. Because figures are too expensive. It's not often I buy official merch at cons. I got that Dracula figure a couple years ago, secondhand. Just like loose in a bag. But official stuff I've got at cons. I've got a couple keychains. There's like a Sailor Moon and like a Black Butler keychain I got last year, I think. And a couple Batsmadu things I've got for Julia. But no, mostly I just get Artist Alley stuff. Because normally the fandoms that I like don't really have much official merch, like Castlevania, Final Fantasy D, Hades, musicals. But, I just saw... Hang on, where's my... Okay. So apparently, I don't know if I've ever unraveled this. One, who's this doctor holding up a kazoo? What is that? But I was more distracted by this. Why is his kazoo so big? That's not... If you've got a kazoo like that, you need to get a smaller kazoo or get bigger hands. What the fuck is... Why is he holding the kazoo? Like it's like some kind of medical... I don't know, there's something so professional about like that picture. A kazoo. Oh, hang on. Hang on. What is a kazoo? Kazoo history, how to play, maintenance, and great kazooists. But I was distracted by... Also, a kazooist's... which I didn't know was a word. Food intake must be considered. Beer, garlic, chili, and sauerkraut have a strange effect on the sound, but some people have been known to prefer these effects. There's a typo. There's a typo. Refund. There's a typo on my kazoo scroll. They spelt known. K-N-O-W. But they put a P in it. K-N-O-P-W-N. Capone. But they put a P. When they hit the O key on the keyboard, they hit P as well. Instead of K-N-O-W-N, it's K-N-O-P-W-N. They fucked up on my kazoo scroll. I can't believe it. Take care on what you eat and drink and no smiling? What do you mean no smile? Like, do you mean just you shouldn't smile while you play? Which, like, I mean, yeah. Don't try and stretch your face into a smile when you play any kind of, like, wind or, like woodwind instrument, surely. With practice, you can learn to imitate a moose if the need takes you. I don't think a kazoo sounds anything like a moose. Why is moose capitalized? Does that mean not the animal? When you get expert, you can roll your R's into the kazoo, which is an impressive sound. Well, I can't roll my R's at all, Dr. Kazoo. So... I have to stick with the doo-doos. I can't even roll my R's normally. Never mind into a kazoo. Well, this is my kazoo. See, he's got a normal one. That's the size you should have. Well, that was... I've never looked at that before. I don't remember ever reading that before. God, I hope I don't randomly forget how Monstrous Clock goes halfway through. Where are we? You. If it doesn't have lyrics on the screen, I'm not gonna know where my timings are. Oh, this is the same person who made, one of the other ghost karaokes I use. I recognize the title card. They should have lyrics on the screen then. Right. Yay! Thank you, Obscure Karaoke. I think this is the same person who might have made the Serene. Maybe they made both of them. They made the Life Eternal one that I use. Okay, I'm getting the volume out. Okay. Oh my god, it does have a P. We do have the same one. We have the exact same. Yeah, they straight up just, they literally just hit the O and the P key at the same time. The different format of Big Kazoo Man is over the weird doctor looking guy. They reformatted the, oh, okay, so you've got a newer version that reformatted it, but they kept the fucking typo. Oh, man. All it needed is one proofreader. They couldn't even get one proofreader for their karaoke scroll. Okay, we're gonna do Kazooioki. I hope anyone enjoys. If this is your first time here, if you save up 5,000 channel points, which you earn channel points by watching along and listening to stream, you get a little extra if you chat, and you can use them to redeem things like hydrate reminders and stretching reminders, but also if you save up 5,000, you can use it to redeem Kazoo Karaoke, which is like karaoke, but instead of singing, I will do a song that you request on the kazoo. We're gonna do Etsy orders after this. Remember when that was the point of stream? This is what happens if you don't see me for a week. I have a lot of stuff. God, and again, and people are gonna be like, oh wow, you're so talkative. No, I'm like really quiet. I just talk a lot on stream, because like, I talk a lot to myself. Like, I'll like internal monologue out loud, and being on stream just kind of feels like talking to myself. But as soon as like there's another person actually physically here, IRL, or if I'm on a voice call with someone else, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna say anything unless someone asks me a question. Yes, I don't know when to talk, and I don't know. If I make it to 30 keyboard drops because I get to 25 to stop redeeming Kazoo. And Kazoo Karaoke can be redeemed whenever. It does have a cooldown on it, so it can only be redeemed every 30 minutes. I presume it's been 30 minutes since it was redeemed. But Kazooioki is in remembrance of our dear Papa Emeritus III, Terzo. We do this in his honor. He is a character from the band Ghost. Kazoo Karaoke is inspired by the fact that they were performing Goulet acoustically, and they didn't have a piano to do the keyboard solo acoustically, so they just used a kazoo instead. Boy, I hope I remember what Monsters Clock sounds like. Have fun, because this song is 6 minutes long. This is like a memory test. It's been a while. Shit, I'm sorry, I started laughing. There's some Floral, this is your first stream, it might be some other people's first stream. This is how stream goes. I hope you enjoy. We do regular karaoke sometimes too. We're getting close to 750 followers. Once we get to 750, we'll do a celebration regular singing karaoke stream and another magma canvas for us all to draw together in. I'm not doing a subathon or donathon, it was too close to the last one. I don't expect you guys to have anything more to give. So we'll just do karaoke and magma instead. Everyone! Together as one. Come together for Lucifer's son. Come together, together as one. Come together, for Lucifer's son. Lucifer's son. Come together, together as one. Come together, for Lucifer's son. Lucifer's son. Come together, together as one. Come together, That was Monstrous Clock by Ghost. Thank you for the Kazoo Karaoke redeem. Oh yeah, I had another video of Mesmer up. But yeah, that can be redeemed every 30 minutes by anyone who has enough points. Let me de-kazoo myself. But yeah, we are 2 away.
When you'd invite me back for a bite.
Thank you for the hydrate. We are 2 away from 750. What I used to do is every 250 follows we would do a subathon. That's what we did for 250. And Wes, thank you for the hydrate. And 500 we did a subathon. That would have been the original plan, but In April and May, we did a donathon for my girlfriend's medical bills, and then any excess went towards my moving out fund. I don't feel like it would be right for me to do another subathon or donathon so soon after that. So we'll just celebrate with karaoke and magma instead. Also, there's no way I can think of any more any more rewards, guys. But once we hit that, we will do, oh god, the new power hour's up. We will do, regular karaoke where I'll actually sing. And we'll do Magma, which is a website where you can draw with other people on the same canvas. So I'll put a link up. Anyone in chat who wants to come and draw with me, doodle with me, on that website, on the same canvas, can come along and doodle with me while I'm, in and out, doodling, going between doodling and singing. I won't play all of this, because obviously he got, but this channel takes models from games like Elden Ring and gives you like a whole 360. Which doesn't want to play. There he is. Nope. It's supposed to be moving. YouTube isn't liking me today. Also, I gotta be careful because I'm like, I can't show the bit where he's naked. Okay, he's not gonna be naked for a bit. Nope, I like that it moved for a second and then was like, nope. It's really hard to play YouTube when I'm streaming. My PC really can't handle it. Let's try again. There he is. His other eye's just closed all the time. I don't know if there's an eyeball in there. He's got little nails, little claws. He's got toes. Scandalous. Where's that snake going? But I'm gonna check before I go any further. I can't remember how naked he gets. Oh, he's got pants on. Oh god, he's got a tiny little waist underneath all those clothes. They did give him underpants. I will show what the snakes look like. But if it, okay, trigger warning for body horror. As I say, the snakes do come in and out of his skin. So if 1, you do not want spoilers for the new Elden Ring DLC, and 2, you do not want to look at a snake piercing through someone's skin, please look away until I tell you that it's off screen. Okay, I'm gonna show it now. So there's one of them. See, it's not at his, it's above his nipple. It's not his actual nipple. But yeah, it's coming out of there. And then, if I can get a shot of his back. I mean, I could show a full body shot again. Technically, I mean, is it against Twitch's TOS? He doesn't have any. You know, as much as the snakes aren't in place of his nipples, he also, like, doesn't seem to have any nipples. Maybe just because he's not shirtless, they didn't see the point in putting them on the model, but, like, there aren't actually any nipples there. Stop! Don't say the word, no! Don't say the word nipples! Alright, I'm gonna put it on screen again, so look away if you don't want to see snake coming in and out of someone's body. It's not exactly on where his nipples should be. God. You're all terrible. He's got very broad shoulders. He's got a big old chest full of snakes and a tiny little waist. And, like, no hips. And then there's his back. Well, in a second there'll be his back. So this one's coming out, coiling around, going back in his shoulder, then coming out the other side. And then the other one just kind of comes out of the nipple, and then I don't know where it goes back in. I guess, no, it just comes out, and then its head is somewhere. Over, so there somewhere. That's also why his cape is like that. Because the snake's underneath it. And then if you want to see Serpent Mesmer, or look like his fully cursed out form. Again, look away if you don't like body horror, you don't want to see his eye missing. I'm not gonna show close-ups, but I'll show you at least the full body comparison. His skin's gone a bit. Oh, what happened? I mean, one of the reasons why his arms look longer is because he's also hunched over. He needs to get better posture. He's like constantly kind of bent at the waist. It's not so much hunched over at the shoulders as he's just bent at the waist. If he was stood up straight, his arms wouldn't look as long, but they are still long. They are still longer than normal proportion, as of his legs. Yeah, his snake's kind of shed a little bit. Yeah, basically. And you can see like scale texture on some, but I'm not gonna zoom in. And he loses his cape. His cape catches fire and burns away. He is shrimping. What's he doing? So yeah, there'll be a Mesmer audio up tonight. I didn't have enough time to draw a thumbnail, so it will be a screenshot of him. And we'll see how that goes down, because honestly, I've noticed that, you know, it takes time for me to make the artwork for the thumbnails, and yet I've noticed that the videos that do better are the ones that don't have my artwork. Now, is that just because people like the royalty audios more— oops, that's off right. Is it because people like the royalty audios more than the, fandom characters? I don't know. But overall, it seems like I started doing my own artwork because it just felt like, well, then this is something that I've made, rather than using just screenshots from the game or the show. But maybe that was a waste of time. I don't know. Obviously, I would need to do my own artwork for my own original characters, though some people have really successful, like, ASMR roleplay videos that just look like, you know, the BFE ones I do, like the sit in my lap while I draw boyfriend generic roleplay stuff that just has text and no picture at all. I've seen people's videos that are just text that do really well, so I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I didn't have enough time to draw him. So remember when this was an Etsy order stream? Remember that? Remember that it's been 5 hours. So this is what we actually do on Mondays, is I get Etsy orders ready for the week. These are the stickers that have been ordered, not the Kahara ones. Those I just put on because there was extra room left at the end of the page, so I put those on because I'll be printing them out. I'll be bringing them with me to sell at, not sell, to, bring with me to hand out at Comic-Con. I always have stickers on me to hand out if anyone comes up and wants a photo, or just knows that I have stickers and wants a photo. Sorry. Not to trade, I just give them out. If anyone wants a photo with me, you get a sticker. Or also if you just come up and be like, hey, are you the person that's giving out stickers? You can just have one, you don't have to have a photo. You don't have to trade anything, but if you would like to trade something, last year was people have traded with me before. It's getting more common, which is really cute. Last year, someone in a Sundrop cosplay gave me a tube of glitter glue in exchange. Someone in a Wally Darling cosplay gave me like a full sheet of smiley face stickers, and someone in a Barbie cosplay gave me a Barbie sticker. For the most part, people just take the stickers. That's fine. That's normal. This year more people traded. But that's because I also brought candy bracelets. I made ghost themed candy bracelets to give out because I was in a ghost cosplay in March. And I gave some out, and some people also traded. Someone traded me a little keychain they'd made. Someone, bless him, brought like a sticker of Turzo with them just to give to me, so that they'd have just to find me and give something to me, because they really wanted a bracelet. So they brought a sticker just so they could trade it with me. That was so sweet. So yeah, I will have stickers on me again. I'll also have the leftover ghost bracelets. That I still have left over from the last con. Even though I'm not in a ghost cosplay. But it's so somebody can pick a bracelet if he wants one. Well, maybe like 5 left. I had some plain colour ones and some ghost themed ones. All the plain colour ones have gone. There's only ghost ones left. I know the Impero one is still there. And then I don't know. I made some that had like ghost song names and album names on, and then some just say Ghoul and are in different colours. I could just look. I could just look. They're right here. Look. I keep going back and forth on whether I want to keep the Meliora one to myself, but I don't really wear green. We have Rats, which is kind of in like pinks and reds. We got Ashes, which is like in like red and yellow and orange. We got the yellow orange Ghoul, and we have the Impero, which not a colour scheme that I particularly enjoy. I don't really like yellow that much, but I think this came up. I think it looks pretty cute on the dang bracelet. It's like a yellow and a kind of like a kind of tan colour, and then there's blue. Billy, I have 4 bracelets now. Whoa, green! I keep going back and forth whether I want to keep the Meliora one. That's just the reason why I don't want that chain. Is that's just how I carried them around con. I put that chain on my bag. I have way more that I've made for myself. I can't grab them all. I can grab the ghost ones I've made. I have a lot. For different characters and stuff, but they're just like in a pile. These are my ghost ones. Turzo and Secondo. These are not trading, these are mine. These are mine. This one just says Ghoul. This is just a plain colour one that I just put together to hand out, and then I liked it so much that I made a second one to hand out and kept this one for myself. I just think the colour scheme's fun. And then I have this one, which is the only one I've ever put like a little dangly charm on. It's pink because it's for the song He Is. So it's pink, like Turzo's shirt in that music video. And then there's a little circular bead, and then there's this little heart charm off like an old keychain I had. So those are some. I like, it's good sounds when you have a bunch on your arm. Oh, it's not the other, and then I have the one cuff I've ever made. This took so long. Which is really hard, like, I don't wear it because it's really hard to read. It says Ghost on it. It shows up, the colour difference looks better on camera, probably because you're further away from it. But there's the G, and the H, and then O, S, and then the little T cross. But you can't read it unless you go all the way around. So I'm like, if you just see a tiny bit of it, you won't be able to tell. But I just wanted to have practice making a cuff because I'd never done one before. No one else will be able to get this on. It will only fit on my tiny hands. When I make candy to hand out to other people, I have to make it so much bigger. I have such small wrists. That I have to be like, okay, you need to make this like 4 beads longer, 4 or 5 beads wider than I would make them for myself. I normally always wear stuff on the left, because I'm right-handed and it bothers me to have stuff on the hand that I'm using all the time. I just threw it on there because it was easier, because I've already got. I wear this bracelet every day. It says the name of my girlfriend on it. She made it for me. I've worn it every day since she gave it me. We've been together almost 2.5 years. She sent me this when we've been dating about maybe 6 months. And I don't wear it to sleep or to shower. But other than that, it's on all the time. Okay, it's not on when I cosplay, because I'm like, it's not part of the costume, but I have it in my bag on me at con instead of wearing it. So it's never far. And when I go to sleep, I have a little hook that it hangs on above my bed. I'm such a nerd. Oh gosh, there's tiny hairs here. It's fine. I'll brush them away. And before anyone gets grossed out, they're not my hairs, they're not real hairs. Those obviously came off the cuff. Now, why were there tiny, not real hairs on the cuff? They're from the Kahara wig, the wig that I'm wearing for my Kahara cosplay. I cut the wig in my bedroom. I put a big, I got like a garbage bag and cut it open and put it over the floor. So that caught most everything. But some hairs just flew around the room, and I'll be finding them forever for the rest of my life. Just tiny blue synthetic hairs. A big bracelet to put on the cane and put a message from the clergy on it. People are so cool customizing your canes. I don't do anything. On the clergy I put celery. Oh no. No, I don't have anything on mine. But that's also because it's like, I'm too picky. I don't even put stickers on it or anything. One, I wouldn't want to put a sticker that I loved on it and it gets scratched up. Charms, again, my cane's metal. I wouldn't want them to for it to constantly bash against it, and I wouldn't want it to scratch the cane up. And I'm picky. My cane's just plain black, so it matches every outfit that I could possibly wear. And if there's a bunch of colourful stickers on it and the colours don't match, then I'll be like, no! Not that the cane is an accessory. It is not an accessory. But I mean, if I'm gonna have one, then I at least want it to look cute and match what I'm wearing. And when I say if I'm gonna have one, I mean if I have to have one. I don't have to use it all the time. It's the minority of the time that I have to use it, but no, there's nothing fancy on it. How worn down is... No, the grip's not that worn down, actually. But we're not going to stim with it again like I did last week and knock it over. Right. Stickers. Oh my god. So, for anyone who hasn't been with us on a Monday before, in order to stop me from being distracted and doing things like talking for 5 hours, for the last month we have been listening to Welcome to Night Vale every Monday while I do Etsy orders, because otherwise I will not get them done and I will just keep talking. But I cannot talk over Night Vale. That would be very rude and you guys wouldn't be able to hear what is happening. Welcome to Night Vale, for those not familiar, is a horror comedy audio drama, fictional drama, set in the fictional town of Night Vale. It is presented as if you are listening to the Night Vale radio station. Why do I get an ad break every time I'm about to explain Night Vale? It's like it knows. You sat down to wait for something, but you've forgotten what for. All you mentioned here, Green, is that you wanted to book tickets for the thing, which you did, and you wanted ice cream. I don't remember anything that you said other than that. Was it ice cream? I don't know. Were you waiting for ice cream? I never got my ice cream, but that's not what I was waiting for. Ah, dang it. Well, there's the ice cream reminder. No, wait, yeah, I did. Oh. What a roller coaster. Well, then I do not know. We're just waiting for the ad break. Because some people will be watching the ads and won't be able to hear me explain Night Vale, and it's kind of important for me to explain it, because there might be triggers that people need to be aware of. So, we're gonna listen to Welcome to Night Vale. We're in, like, season 2, but you can hop in at any episode, but full trigger warnings. I mean, I can't give a full detailed trigger warning list. I don't remember everything that's in every episode, but if any kind of horror themes make you uncomfortable, there are mentions of violence, of conspiracy theories, derealization, unreality stuff. If any of that, there might be mentions of body horror as well. If any of that makes you uncomfortable, please feel free to leave for the rest of stream or mute the rest of stream. Yeah. We are at, let me see where we are at. I think, oh, if Green has to leave, I think we're at the episode Green was looking forward to. Also, as a spoiler thing, do not give spoilers for future episodes. I have seen up to episode about 110-ish, or listened to up to episode about 110-ish. But most people in chat, this is their first time listening to Night Vale. So please do not spoil for anything later than we are. We are currently on episode 30. Yes, we are on episode 30, which Green will be excited about, because this episode is called Dana. We're just going to get into it, because otherwise I'll keep talking for even longer. I don't think there's any other warnings I need to give for Night Vale. If you do like Welcome to Night Vale, we are listening to all the episodes that are available for free. They do have live episodes that are available to purchase on Bandcamp for as little as $1. If you like what you hear, please consider supporting Night Vale. They do give their stuff out for free. We are only listening to the free episodes. I am not going to play any of the paywall episodes. That would be really wrong. I don't know if these will take donations, but they also have a merch store. Consider giving them some support. You'll get that if you haven't listened to Night Vale before. You'll get the hang of it. The only stuff that you will have missed is Colin and Cecil are currently dating, but they were not dating in season 1. They were having a slow burn get together, and Cecil normally explains stuff to, you know, in case it is your first time listening. But Dana was a former intern. Most interns, every other intern actually that's worked for Night Vale so far has died. But Dana miraculously is still alive, though trapped in the dog park, where no one's allowed to go. But this episode's called Dana, but she's been able to text Cecil since being trapped in there. So this episode's called Dana. Maybe they managed to find some food in there.
Hi, Joseph Fink again. Before we get to the part
I know, I need to make it louder. I know.
The episode, here are some things. The first, live shows. We have 2 big ones in Brooklyn in October that are sold out. Sorry. We also have a show in Los Angeles at the Largo with live music by Sarah Watkins, and 4 shows at Geeksboro in Greensboro, North Carolina that are all also sold out. But fear not, we are attending the LA Podcast Festival on October 5th and 6th. On October the 5th, we will be doing a live performance, different than the one we're doing at the Largo, but also including Sarah Watkins. On Sunday the 6th, we will be doing a Night Vale panel. Get your tickets today at lapodfest.com. Second, if you go to commonplacebooks.com, you will find all sorts of Night Vale things you can buy in order to placate the spirits that haunt your home. Night Vale NRA bumper stickers.
Oh, my spirit should be placated then.
That actually glows.
I have a couple shirts and the Night Vale plush. I got them like 10 years ago. I hate thinking that was 10 years ago.
Sold in the month of September. Go to commonplacebooks.com and click on store for those. Finally, we put a lot of work into this show. Also sometimes sweat and hair.
I can't tell you what one of the t-shirts is though, because plot spoilers.
If you like what we do and you want to keep it going, please consider donating. Or, even better, setting up a reoccurring donation. Thank you to Stephen Turner, Anthony Westland, and Mayan Priel for donating all.
Yeah, I can't believe Night Vale is starting its 13th year. I listened to it. I got into Night Vale when it was in its second year. Went back and watched all of year 1. So I got into Night Vale in like 2013. What do you mean that was 10 years ago? I dropped off around 2018, 2019. I was meant to go back to it, and then I just didn't. But now we're getting to re-listen to everything.
Go to commonplacebooks.com and click on donate to join them. Thanks.
It takes heart. It takes guts. It also takes cash. It just needs your payment immediately. Welcome to Night Vale.
Hi, Cecil. Cecil has a very pretty voice. So this is episode 30. It is called Dana.
Mayor Pamela Winchell announced again today that she is stepping down as mayor later this year. This is the 4th announcement this week. She said again through tight teeth that this is totally her call and was never ever discussed in a room with no windows by small men wearing large pelts and decorative soft meat crowns.
Oh.
That is not how we do things.
The soft meat crowns,
she
the council?
said.
I forgot what the soft meat crowns are.
That is not how we do things.
I think that's what the
she
city council
whispered.
was.
That is not how we do things. She mouthed silently as a single dark red tear formed in the corner of her eye and then slowly rolled down her taut olive cheek
I know that's what the town
and
elders of
onto
Night
her
Vale used to wear.
clay-stained smock. Elections for a new mayor will be held at some later time. When asked by the press for a specific
We already know that the faceless old woman has thrown her hat in the ring. She wants to be a candidate.
date and location, masked representatives from a vague yet menacing government agency purred loudly. They then began rubbing their sides against the journalists' legs. Several reporters began sneezing. Listeners, many of you recall our station intern Dana, who, while reporting on strange goings-on, was locked in the Forbidden Dog Park back in April. I've received occasional texts and emails from Dana, but then this morning, well, let's listen.
Yay!
Cecil, it's Dana. I found a way out of here.
She gets a voice grain.
I walked the perimeter of the dog park looking for a crack or a hole or a weak spot in the obsidian walls. I never found an opening, but this is very strange. The walls just keep going. If you stand still, the dog park seems to take up a single city block, but I walked one direction for about 2 weeks, and I could no longer see the monolith where I started, or the people I was with, or even hear the tinfoil rustling of the leaves from the tall black metal trees that protect us from clouds. There's something else. I found a door. An old oak
door. Hey, remember like 10 episodes ago, remember randomly in the middle of season 1 where Larry Leroy out on the edge of town found an old oak door just standing in the middle of like a field, and it's not attached to a wall or anything, and he put chains around it because you never know what's going to be in there, and I told you to put a pin in it. Yeah, keep that pin in it.
Standing unsupported by any other structure. I didn't know if it was an exit from the dog park or an entrance to something much worse, but I went through it. Now I am in some old house. Cecil, I can hear someone moving around upstairs. I need to go. I will try to call you soon. Thank you for everything, and I hope our time and place match again soon.
Oh, listeners, I so wish I could have talked to Dana this morning. They were showing Cat Ballou again on TBS, and I just couldn't break away. I tried to call Dana back, but my phone caught briefly on fire and something sharp cut open my thumb as I selected her number.
Well, that's what, so she went through the door,
And
she's in an
now
old
a
house.
public service announcement from the Night Vale SPCA. Thinking about getting a dog? Dogs are not only great family companions, but also help childhood development. By regularly feeding, walking, fighting, denying the existence of, and ultimately soul-merging with the family dog, young children learn about responsibility, empathy, and pyrokinesis. There are, of course, some breeds of dogs that are not right for children. Those breeds include spider wolves, double wolves, switch-bladed mountain dogs, secret terriers, flesh-eating spaniels, pit vipers, and table saws. Visit the SPCA for more information on the right dog for your family. Hello? Dana?
Cecil? I can barely understand you. Cecil, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Dana, are you still in the old house?
No, I'm still in the old house. I made my way out of the basement, which was empty except for a single photograph of a lighthouse. It's a framed by...
I want you to remember that there's a photo of a lighthouse. Also, this isn't meant to be like mean correcting. Dana is just spelled D-A-N-A. There is no I. But yeah. Oh, it's for a lighthouse.
5x7 black and white photo of this old lighthouse. It hangs crooked just to the right of center on one wall. The lighthouse in the photo looks to be in the middle of a field. There's no water. Why would there be a lighthouse not near the water?
I don't know. Your waterfront doesn't have any... You guys... You're from a town that built a waterfront where there's no water. So I don't think you're in a place to judge, Dana.
I have no idea.
No, that doesn't sound right. Maybe it's some other reason. Anyway, once I heard the footsteps above me stop, I opened the door to the first floor. I saw a man standing in the middle of the living room, staring straight ahead at the wall. I couldn't see his face, Cecil, and I knew that I had been through this moment before. Not like deja vu, more like a clear but fleeting memory of a dream. I was scared he might hear me, Cecil.
What did you do, Dana?
Yes, that's exactly what I did. I got up the nerve and I spoke to him. I said, "Hello, sir. My name is Dana, and I'm sorry to intrude, but I was wondering, is this your home?"
She's so polite.
And he didn't move. He didn't make a sound. He just kept staring at another small photo on the wall. I walked closer to him and I said, "Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, but..." And then I saw. Cecil, I saw who it was.
Who was it?
No, it wasn't her. It was John Peters.
You know
the farmer?
The farmer?
He was staring at this photo, and I walked closer and said, "John, it's me, Dana." But he didn't respond. I looked at the photo he was examining, and it was just a picture of a window. A worn driftwood frame inside of which was a photograph of a worn driftwood pane with gently warped glass. I couldn't see what was beyond the window in the photo, but there was a shape. Maybe a tree, maybe a person. John just stared ahead, looking sad. No, not sad. Concerned. He looked concerned. I didn't say another word to him. I waved my hand gently in front of his eyes, and he didn't notice me. I tried to touch his shoulder, but my hand went right through him, like through a cold wind.
Oh, Dana.
He wasn't even there, Cecil.
Or were you not there?
He eventually turned and looked at another photo on another wall of another window,
One
but
of
he
you isn't
never
there,
saw or
but which
heard
one?
me. This home has no furniture, no furnishings, no belongings, only photos. Single, small photos on occasional walls. Most of them are windows. Different windows with different panes and different photo frames. The house itself, I realize, has no windows of its own, so I don't really know if there's a basement or a first or second floor.
No,
The upstairs is the downstairs is the ground floor. But I know one thing, Cecil.
What is that?
No, but you're close. I know that John Peters entered through a door in the kitchen. I can see the door right now, Cecil. It is open, and beyond that door is sunlight. I can see sunlight and sand. I'm going through.
Yes, Dana, do that. Go through the door now. Go through that door.
I'm sorry, Cecil. You make a good point, but I have to go through that door, no matter what. I've got to get back home.
Do it, Dana. Yes.
Here I go.
Dana? Hello? Dana, can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know where Dana has gone now. I do hope that we hear from her again. I would try to call her back, but my phone has grown spiny legs and is crawling away now.
Bye, phone.
If you are the type to pray, please pray for Dana's safe return home to Night Vale. If you are not the type to pray, please know that you are violating several laws and you will receive a knock on your door from armed agents very soon. Let's have a look at sports. This weekend, the Night Vale High School Scorpions kick off their season against the Pine Cliff High School Lizard Monitors. Scorpions quarterback, senior Michael Sandero,
remember the one who grew a second head?
Had off-season surgery to remove the second head he grew in the middle of last season's division
Never
title
mind.
run. Michael's mother, Flora Sandero,
Which one?
said
she likes the second head more than the first one. She changed the sign on her, which of her children she likes best board outside of her house to say that she liked the second head more. Which one did she... Oh no.
had her son's original head removed instead.
Knew it! Fucking
as she
god
liked
dang
the
it!
new head much better.
She got the original one removed.
This new head's much handsomer and doesn't talk back as much.
Nice
Flora
accent,
explained
Cecil.
from the roof of the Pinkberry, where she was installing several long pikes
I know people
with
thought
dead
that maybe he was
vultures
cheating by
and
having two
rodents
heads, but...
on the ends.
God dang it, lady.
This new head only speaks Russian, so I don't have to listen to him on the phone with his girlfriend all night long, and he doesn't hog the television anymore because he can't understand any of the English or Spanish programs here. He's a better boy now, she said, jamming another pike into the roof of the trendy Froyo store before yelling
there was only one man
skyward,
there who spoke
causing
Russian and
the
he's
sparse
dead,
clouds
so...
to part quickly, revealing a giant floating crystal glowing faintly red in the mid-afternoon sun. And now a word from our sponsor. McDonald's wants to remind you that the most important meal of the day is breakfast. So why would you let a morning go by without staring deeply into the mirror until you no longer recognize the face staring back at you, mimicking your every gesture?
I prefer the sponsors when it's like something weird and then at the end they reveal
How
the
else
thing.
will you get the energy you
This would be
need for
funnier
a
if they
full
revealed at the
day's
end it was
work
McDonald's.
or recreation if you aren't silently screaming into the visage of a man or woman who gives you such uneasy spirit, such unshakable terror, a queasy feeling every time you make the connection between what that thing is and what you are becoming, what you have become. Where does the void end? Where do you end? When do you end? What time is it now? You are late for work.
6:27.
You are lying on your
It's later than I
bathroom
thought it was
floor,
gonna be.
half dressed in a
That's why I'm
cool
hungry.
sludge of toothpaste and hair gel. You've been crying, but for how long? McDonald's, I'm lovin'.
What? What are you...
Listeners, I just received word from Carlos, lovely Carlos, with his perfect teeth and hair and penchant for sometimes chewing a little more loudly than is preferred, Carlos, who is with other scientists at the Desert Creek housing development. For the
Why is he over there?
past year, Carlos has been studying a house.
He has. For the past year, there is a house over there that Carlos said early on last season that house doesn't actually exist.
That does not exist.
Grim.
It seems like it exists.
It's just the one house.
Like it's just right there when you look at it. And it's between two other identical houses, so it would make more sense for it to be there than not. But it does not exist. Carlos said the scientists asked him to come over and ring the doorbell just to see what would happen. They offered him $5, but he turned it down, saying something about scientific integrity and blah blah blah. But I'm like, $5 is a taco lunch at Jerry's Tacos, so whatever, rich guy. Carlos said that before he could take a step to the house, a woman emerged from the side door talking on her cell phone. He and the scientists ran up to the woman, calling out to her as she walked quickly away from the house. She looked panicked. No, not panicked. Concerned. She looked concerned, Carlos said. She kept talking on her cell phone, never responding to them. Carlos said she kept walking until she walked
it,
right through them.
Green's got it.
Right through the scientists, like she were a cold wind. And then she stopped talking into her phone, stared back toward the house, and with a look of panic, no, with a look of concern, ran away. Carlos said, and this is very strange, Carlos said it sounded like the person she was talking to was you, Cecil.
Because it was.
Listeners?
The house that Dana was in, the house that the old oak door led to, was the house that doesn't exist. But whatever Dana is seeing, like the desert otherworld that Dana can see, is not Night Vale, right? Like what she is seeing is different than what Carlos can see in front of her. So is she ghost, or is she trapped between two planes of existence, and maybe she's really in a desert otherworld while Night Vale can still kind of see her?
I do not know where or when Dana is, but I am going to sit by this phone and wait for her call. I know she is all right. I hope she is all right. I fear she is not all right.
Oh, sees.
With great anxiousness, no, concern. With great concern, I take you now to the weather.
Which we will pause because I can't play the weather without getting in trouble, and I have to be quiet while we do the traditional weekly swishy swish ASMR that people like to hear with my circle cutter. And I realised I didn't actually grab the badge parts from downstairs, so I will need to go do that as well. Just the 4 this week. Right. Keep that paper because we didn't use much of it, so I'll try and use it again. I need to get 4 pieces. Oh my god, it is horrible. I didn't actually check what it says the temperature outside is. It says it's 25 degrees in here right now, which is very stinky. What? It says it only reached 20 today outside. But it's 25 in here. What the fuck? 20's still warm, but like it just doesn't mean I should need my fan on. Why is it 25 in my room? I genuinely expected it to say like at least 23 for it to get the like, but it hasn't even been that sunny, so oh, the weather app is wrong. That's also a possibility. It's possible that the Met Office is lying to me. Right, I'm gonna go downstairs. I'll get some more water while I'm at it. Get the badge parts so we can make the badges, and then we'll keep listening to Night Vale. Do you see someone's watching Ghost? The show? The BBC show? The Horrible Histories cast show? I love that show. Oh, the American one! I have to ruin things. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love the original one. I love the captain. I still haven't watched the final season of it because me and my dad were watching that show together, and the final season came out, and it's like, hey, we're gonna finish this show, and he's like, yeah, but like not right now. Maybe I should just watch it on my own at this point, because it's been over for like a year, and I keep waiting for him to be up for watching it, and he keeps not being. Maybe I just need to watch it on my own. I don't know if Julia would like it. She doesn't find a lot of British humor that funny, so I don't know. But I like the captain. Not just because he's played by Bill Bond, and not just because he's gay, but like also mostly because of that. Pat's really sweet too, though. They made him from Yorkshire, so he's my dad's favourite character. Okay. I'm gonna make these while we finish Night Vale. Just had to explain to her she doesn't watch the UK one. Oh, I hope it's not something bad. I just haven't seen the American version, that's all. I think there's more than just the American version. I think there might be another country adaptation, not just... Oh, my niece watches whole history, so it's too weird going... Oh, okay. I grew up watching some Horrible Histories. Also, I've watched all of Yonderland, which is another show that the Ghost and Horrible History guys made. And I enjoyed Yonderland. Yonderland's so weird. Is there like 4 seasons of it? It's a fantasy show. There's a bunch of puppets and musical numbers, and it's so weird. Like, fantasy is in kind of Lord of the Rings, dragons, elves kind of fantasy. But yeah, but I'm also scared I'm gonna cry at the end of it, though. But we'll see, there was a ghost cosplay meet at the last con I went to. How come the fandoms that I actively am into in cosplay don't get meets? Like, Hades has never had a meet. There's barely any Hades cosplayers. Like, what the fuck? That game, that's more known than Ghost. Kicking my feet. Okay, let's finish Night. Wonderland is like a fever dream.
Cecil, I'm sorry I lost your call. I made it out of the door, out of the empty house and its empty photographs into an empty desert, and I don't know if anything has improved. I can see nothing but endless sand and a single distant mountain. A mountain I've never seen because I don't believe in mountains. But there is a mountain, and there's a tiny red light up on the mountain, intermittently blinking. As I exited the house, the door shut behind me and now it's gone. As I walked, I moved through something that wasn't there. I heard voices through digital static and felt a cold wind across my body. The others are here, but not here, Cecil. What or whom did I just walk through?
Carlos.
Cecil, something is coming. I can feel it in the ground, something very large.
Oh fuck, it is a sandworm green.
It's coming. I've gotta go. I will call when I can. I tell my mother and brother I am out of the dog park and I am safe for now. Thank you, Cecil.
End of message.
Oh, listeners. I wish I had more news than this.
I don't think it is a sandworm.
I wish my phone would have rung. I wish I could have had that conversation instead of another voicemail.
To be fair, she couldn't hear you anyway,
I wish Dana
Cecil.
were home, safe. I wish I could feel something other than overwhelming concern. No, not concern. Uncertainty. I wish a lot of things. But, as the old saying goes, if wishes were horses, those wishes would all run away, shrieking and bucking, terrified of a great, unseen evil.
Oh, that old saying.
So instead, what I want to say is, I am thankful Dana is out of the dog park. I am thankful I had my first conversation with her since Poetry Week. I am thankful Carlos did not ring that doorbell.
Yes.
I am thankful that people listen to this show and the stories about our wonderful little community. The most scientifically interesting community in America, as my Carlos once said.
He's Carlos!
And of course, I am thankful for you, Night Vale. Stay tuned next for loud, shortwave radio squelches, followed by a lifetime of tinnitus.
Oh,
Good
I already
night,
have some of that. I don't.
Night Vale.
I don't need any more.
Good night.
Good night, Cecil.
Welcome to Night Vale is a production of Commonplace Books. It is written by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Craner and produced by Joseph Fink. The voice of Night Vale is Cecil Baldwin. The voice of Dana was Jessica Nicole. Original music by Disparition. All of it can be downloaded for free at disparition.info. This episode's weather was The Lethal Temptress by the Mendoza Line. Find out more at misrarecords.com. Comments? Questions? Email us at nightvale@commonplacebooks.com or follow us on Twitter at @NightValeRadio. Check out commonplacebooks.com for more information on this show, as well as all sorts of cool Night Vale stuff you can own.
It's okay, Flo.
And while
We're
you're
gonna
there,
end stream now
consider
anyway.
clicking the donate link. That'd be cool of you. Today's proverb: look to the sky. You will not find answers there, but you will certainly see what everyone is screaming about.
Hi, this is Joseph.
Nope. We're done. That's all for today. God, we only got through one Night Vale episode in 6 hours. I gotta eat dinner. It's almost 7 p.m. I had lunch at, early. No, I think I had it at 12. I don't know. I tried to make it early so that I would start stream on time. But the next episode, episode 31, is a blinking light up on the mountain. And, well, Dana did talk about a blinking light up on a mountain. So we shall see. I don't remember if that's the mountain the episode's about. But we shall see. Thank you guys for stream. Thank you for the kazoo karaoke redeem. Once we reach 750 followers here, we'll do a regular karaoke stream and some magma. We haven't done a magma canvas since the donathon. And that was an almighty beast of 8 pages of drawings or something like that. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna work on art fight, I think, for the rest of the day. So whoever is next, I'm just going through my follower list, and if I recognize any of your names, then I'm gonna pick one of your characters to do a little headshot drawing of. And then I'll work my way through people who have attacked me to be able to revenge them. And then I'll look through characters that I have bookmarked. That's the plan. I should be streaming on Wednesday. We should be doing Hades on Wednesday. I don't like going more than a week without, or it'll be 2 weeks without playing Hades. Otherwise I'll forget how to play. I didn't do it last week just because I didn't feel very well on Wednesday. But hopefully I'll feel okay this Wednesday. I miss Hades. I haven't finished the fucking plot yet. So, probably won't stream on Friday, but we should be going on Wednesday. Yeah. So I should see you guys then. Where's online? Judgment. But I do also have to run immediately. I have to put stuff in the oven. I already turned the oven on to warm up, so I do have to go. I think I'm not gonna raid, because sometimes I just get too scared. I'm like, I don't want you to notice me. But also you should go watch Desmond's stream now, but I'm not gonna do it as an actual raid because I'm scared. Not of Desmond. I get shy. I don't know. And I just don't want to be perceived right now. I mean, I know you guys are perceiving me, but it's different when someone else on their stream is talking about you. So I'm gonna hide over here. I'm gonna put some food in. That's gonna take like 40 minutes. And then I'm gonna eat it. So I guess while I wait for it to cook, I will... Who is next? Who is next on my list of... It's so stupid. To look at like, the list of people you follow on Artfight, you have to go to your settings. And then there's a tab that says followed users. So I did... Plant. Green. Alex. Apple. Cryptid. I know who's next. I'm literally just going through, like, whoever followed me first. If I recognize the name. And then I'll go through the Revengers. And yeah. Oh, that's right. I was gonna draw the angel-looking boy. Person. Transmask. Okay. So I should see you guys on Wednesday. If that changes, I'll say in Discord. Thank you for stream. Thanks for putting up with me rambling. Audio tonight is gonna be of Mesmer. Now, even if you're like, well, but I don't play Elden Ring. One, I've literally shown you all that you see of him in the game. So you know him now. But also, I've tried to do the audio so even if you don't know anything about Elden Ring, it'll still make sense. I've left it ambiguous as to whether, the listener is just a random person who's turned up at his kingdom, or whether the listener is, Tarnished, Elden Lord, whatever, you know. I tried to leave it a bit ambiguous because I'm like, I don't know specifically what to make the listener, so it's, you know, it's a little vague. I've learned so much now I have tickets to Swan Man. Well, now we both have tickets to Swan Man. So yeah. That's the audio for tonight. Audio on Wednesday will be an OC. Someone, you'll get to smooch someone. And, I don't know what. Oh, Saturdays is the first not safe for work of the month, is it? No. Is it? No. Hang on. I do it the final Saturday and then 2 Saturdays before that. It is! Okay, so the first not safe for work of the month on Saturday. And it's funny because, Green mentioned thinking about this character in Discord a few days ago. And I reacted with a little teehee evil emoji because I was like, Green doesn't know I've already got this recorded or planned out. You have meant your brain's been ping-ponging around. That's why I was fine saying it. I'm like, that won't narrow it down unless you look at which one I reacted to. But spoilers. But you could also do that. Instead of not safe for work gen channel. So it should help you figure it out because I only reacted to one of the things you said with the evil hands together. Little evil man. So I'll see you guys hopefully on Wednesday. If not, I'll see you next Monday. I hope people enjoy the audio. I hope people like Mesmer, so it's not just me. Don't know which channel. I should it was the not safe for work gen chat. I'm not gonna eat yet. I'm gonna put food in the oven and then I can eat it in 40 minutes. So if I don't see you Wednesday, I'll see you Monday. Hope you guys enjoy the audio. Mwah.